Good morning, everybody. Vic's so dead, make me sad. Nice. Todd and B of A live again. If it's any consolation, we've already given back most of the overnight move. Like half of it. Pump before SLD dump? Possibly, yeah. Win wiener peener. I'm having a hard time finding that ticker on TradingView. Are you averaging down those lotto tickets? Fuck no. Those were lotto tickets for yesterday, Tom. I might buy some new ones. Technical error for Fidelity ATP. Oh, cool. So the market's gonna crash. Awesome. Is everyone unable to trade on Fidelity? Because that's usually when the market decides to drop like a rock. I want to do insanely bearish things today. Holy fuck, those are expensive. Oh, those are expired. Those are expensive too. Hmm. So what else is going on this morning? Ooh, Nvidia's dumping. Microsoft also dumping. Netflix dumping really hard. Curious. If everything is going down. Okay, cool. Crashy. My ATP says negative 52K under GML. When are they fixing that bug? Oh, like the overnight thing? I just got an ad from JFresh Bitcoin. His newest ETF. Hey Greg, I want to use my still 290 Farm Boss for an Alaskan sawmill. What bar and chain combo is best? Excuse you? What? Oh, it's yeah, get it, chainsaw jigs. So they say it shall be, so it was, and so it will be. Nice. Do you see that they're planning to require banks to use the Fed's discount window at least once a year? I think we figured out what day that's on. To reduce the stigma. What an odd thing to do when banks are all strong and resilient. It's more about banks not wanting to pay extra money for money. So Grok, what do when vol short reaches negative 50% correlation? This seems excessive. Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know. It's not something that seems to be getting better. Two big gap up days in a row on QQQ and no news. It seems reasonable. Yes, it does. When is the TUP announcement today? We don't know if they're announcing anything today. They delayed their financial statements, but they made zero mention of their turnaround plan or anything like that. So I don't know if they're actually going to announce anything today or not. Any OI info yet? Maybe we have like an update. Not there. I think these are still wrong, but failure of 4780 would be very bad. We're seeing a lot of delta fall off the chain right now. But options data has been a little funky in the overnight. So we'll see if the gap fills, I guess. If the gap fills, then things are probably going to get a bit more bearish. Options are wildly overpriced. Apple's still not going anywhere. How's Microsoft doing? Not much of an improvement. Nvidia's bouncing back a little. Netflix is not. Tesla looks like it kind of did. It's bouncing back. Amazon, not looking great. Google, mediocre. Okay. I think they might push back a bit here and test the upper range. They may try, but like I said, there's a lot of it. There's going to be a lot of profit taking, right? So they've got to fight back against that. I don't know if they'll be able to or not. It's so far not looking great for them, but they may find some support. Would you happen to have the next resistance on TLT to the downside or the upside? Looks like on the downside 9305. Thanks for that coin scalp, Wolves. how did that play out? Oof. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Not bad. Not bad. Beyond borrow rate up, how's liquidity looking? Like they're shorting. Yeah, looks like they're borrowing the underlying and shorting it. I made 35%, 10 seconds. Nice. The turnaround plan as defined in the credit agreement from December 29th, 2023 to Feb 2nd, 2024 requires the company to deliver to the administrative agent. Okay. So they're not going to announce it without the accounting done. Is there a rule on how much percent of your port you should use per position when trading 0 DTEs? 1 DTEs on SPY. I feel like I use too little and therefore have difficulties growing my port. Can you buy a contract at the money at any given time? Because that's how much you need to use at a minimum. And really, you should be able to buy like a 1 DTE contract, $5 in the money. How long can they realistically keep the 0 DTE grind up? I mean, as long as they have money to keep doing it, which has been a year now. The money has to come from somewhere, right? Currently, they're just compounding risk and leverage, but not actually increasing value. Well, for a while there, their bonds were going up in value, so they were able to push out more leverage, right? That's stopped and is now reversing, which may make it harder to sustain this leverage. What's the BTC happening, and should I care? Probably not. I don't know. Do you own BTC? It's they make it twice as hard to mine the blocks for Bitcoin. They changed the date from December 29th to Feb 2nd. The Feb 2nd is the earnings report though. And so I think that's what they delayed. Then they just delayed everything. I think they pushed everything out with the most recent 8K. That is up 1.5% so far. Nice. But it's trying to hold the market up all by itself. I use 100% of my port, $30 out of the money for every 0 DTE trade. I mean, you can do that. It's a lot harder. You have to have much tighter risk management, but it's not impossible. Pulte bought some Bobby bonds. His family was ashamed of. If they weren't ashamed of him before, they are now. Oh, who fucking cares? Seriously. Gorkle SPX down puts flat. What do boo bulls? I mean, I hope it keeps going down, but we'll see. Bulls are trying to get a foothold here before they lose all of the call interest, but it's not looking great for them. Volatility is starting to pick up. They don't seem to be in control of shorting it. Yeah, just a barrage of calls selling off all through the first 15 minutes here. put wall at 4,800. I don't think that had anything to do with it. We were trading at like 4,810 in the pre-market. Could you quickly explain why you buy $5 in the money, at the money, or slightly out? It depends on like how well. First of all, there's a few factors. It depends on how much I think the underlying is going to move over a given range, right? And that'll determine, whether I buy out of, and if I think like there's going to be a lot of momentum. So generally, if there's like a long period of consolidation and I expect volume to pick up, I'm a little more comfortable buying something out of the money because the breakup is going to have, when volume comes in, it's going to come in very strong, right? If it doesn't have a lot of momentum or I'm expecting a lot of chop, then I'll consider getting something, either in the money or with like an extra day till expiration so I can wait out the chop and like, or like if you get like, one of those days where you get like a slow grind up like that and it just takes all fucking, like it's going up all day, but it takes all fucking day to get there. Days like that, it can be really beneficial to buy in the money or buy like 1 DTEs. So usually like low volume days. So I went ahead and became a financial analyst at B of A and decided to just go ahead with the ultimate plan, PT of 1,000 for all Mag 7. Good luck, have fun. Ooh, shit. VIX back at 14. That was quick. And at a higher price point, which is extremely unusual. Generally when we see VIX return back to prior levels, it's at a lower price point than we were at previously. The customer service number you gave me is disconnected. How can I get my $700 back from that saw you sold me on Discord 2 days ago? Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, there's no refunds on the tiny chainsaws. Look out, our boy Vix. Nice to see some life in him. After yesterday's V, why would anyone take profits from a $60, $70 move into the pre-market? Well, because all of the calls went in the money, right? Like everything. And they're all like 0 DTs. So a lot of them were AM expiry. So those are cash settled out now. That's over with. So you just get like a ton of gamma falling off the chain. It makes it very hard to sustain the prices, right? With the market maker shedding their hedge. And then the price starts slipping, so people get scared as their calls fall out of the money. It's usually what drives sell-offs. Mag 7 have some range if it fails here? I mean, no, but it is failing. Netflix is dropping pretty hard, actually. Aren't you generating income from levered box spreads? No, I use the box spread to lever up my money. Are you getting credit and trading? Yeah, I'm using the credit to trade. It's like a way of adding leverage for a fee. So you're saying I should spend as much money on my position as a 1 to 5 in the money 1 DT position would cost? No, I'm saying that in order to trade SPX, you need to have at least that allocation. You can trade whatever fucking position you want. But you need to be comfortable with taking on at least that much risk, because that's kind of what the instrument costs to regularly trade. If that's too much for you, then you should probably be using a different instrument like SPY or QQQ or XSP, something like that. China's restricting shorting stocks. It's not the first time they've done this. Not even recently. It's not the first time they've done this. A firm broke 40. Yeah, it's not looking great. KVU getting hurt pretty badly. It turns out all the Jan 19, 20, 21, 21's P, 21C. I must have been bearish. Who would have thought? There's a lot of shorts on KVU still. What does QQQ look like today? Still up. I mean, not too different than SPX. Had a harder drop into open. But it looks like it's gonna fail 15, maybe. I'm just trying to get a little bit of a handle on VIX. Yeah, this is where we should be finding. So if we find support for another bounce, it's going to be around here. I don't know where that bounce could take us. Maybe back to like 4,800. Let's see, we're at 89 right now. That's kind of a big move. A little bit of 80, 85 call buying. Supporting price here. Gonna be able to get momentum on their side? Possibly. Hmm. That's interesting. Daily. Okay. So that's still kind of failing though. The time for the V. Maybe an attempt at one. They're really trying to short the fuck out of vol right now. I think they could pull it off. And the money call buying isn't ideal for this, but there's enough out of the money positions. Well, I'm trying to see if bulls are gonna fuck it up right here. Still buying, pushing for 4,800. So it's still about $7. Let's see how much call selling we're seeing up here. That's what I would expect to be seeing coming in. It's not zero. Problem the problem with in the money call buying is it doesn't really increase the range, it just supports the price. Yeah, I don't think a second push up here is very bullish. But but it does have the potential to pick up some range. Like if they can get it back above 47.95, they might be able to get the rest of those zero DTs in the money, and there's quite a few there. If those are becoming increasingly more sold, that'll be kind of, they'll act more as a resistance than they will a continuation, but we're not really at that level yet. Data in 2 minutes, motherfucker. Oh, whatever. It's just the same price I bought it for. Still a pain in the ass, though. Consumer sentiment data. Michigan. Oh, and existing home sales, too. Surely inflation expectations are up like a lot. Well, and they just ask regular people. Who the fuck knows? All right, we got consumer sentiment up 78.8. Existing home sales down. Existing home sales month over month down 1%. 5-year inflation expectations down. Consumer expectations up. Current conditions up. 5-year inflation expectations. Oh no, inflation expectation preliminary. Okay, so the 5-year inflation expectation is down, and the preliminary expectation is down. That might be the juice. God damn it, I can't believe we got fucking stopped out on their wick. Whatever. Although I don't think existing home sales are very good. 1% down on easing rates. That's not the best sign. Housing market's slowing. There's a little spike in vol. What's the downside range for this? Like 80? Getting close to 80. No, just above 82. Huh. Wonder if QQQ is the right choice here. I think it is. Hmm. Spot up SPX up. I'm trying to push out short calls. I don't see Delta climbing though. Delta's falling off. Net selling calls. We're at resistance. About like more of these at 80. 25. All right. I like to call QQQ the Kraken. Considering buying more tea, any thoughts on it at this price? Just as a medium long-term hold. I have no idea what it's trading at today. Give me a second. That's not a terrible price. You may want to wait and find out what's going on with all the like EPA shit first. As that does present some future risk and could see the price drop. if some sort of decision is made about it. It's still time for Dork's prediction. That's not real. That's not a real prediction. He was just mad that my dot plot was too similar to his, so he went to a wild extreme. I don't think that's gonna happen, Sage. What's up, popcorn? Is it? Don't ask me when down. Where's Carl when I need him? I didn't get to buy more puts at 75 cents. Oh well. I can buy them at $1. Yeah. Maybe I'll buy them at $1.22. That's just asshole-ish. Yeah, push right through that. Okay, Delta's starting to fall off pretty hard again. Let me see how momentum looks here. Momentum's not quite reversed yet, but it's starting to flatten out the upside momentum. So we may get a little more chop at resistance here. I hope we don't, but we could. When will Fubo rise like a phoenix from the ashes? Probably if they beat their next earnings. You think this market correcting, we should be going long jewelers coming up on the 3-year meeting, dating, engagement, post-vaccine rollout? People in the new generation don't do that anymore. That's why all the diamonds have been getting so cheap. They don't do the traditional things. They buy each other like ring pops and stuff nowadays. Your chart from PPP this morning. Also, anybody who was still dating during the pandemic doesn't ever want to see that fucking person again. All right. Your chart from PP this morning showed that the red arrow ending the day at 47.38. Is the red arrow basically the worst it could get in a very unlikely but possible scenario? That would require a huge sell-off. I don't know what fucking red arrow you're talking about. DM me, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, C-Mill. Is options positioning starting to make sense yet? Um, I mean, a little bit. There's still some support at 85.80 from in the money calls. But the upside momentum slipping, which it wasn't slipping as much earlier. So that could be a good sign. Well, a good sign if you have puts. Not so great of a sign if you have calls. but they're still supported the 85-80 level, so we gotta break through those in the money calls that were purchased earlier. And then shit would get kind of spicy, right? Because those will capitulate almost immediately. I had dinner with a jeweler last night, though. He said demand last year was garbage, but it's starting to pick up beyond seasonality. Interesting. Maybe he's just trying to get you in to buy jewelry, thinking, oh, if I buy jewelry now, I'll get it cheaper. But it's really just the same price as it always was. Can I agree? My wife was dating me during the pandemic, and now she won't even look me in the eye, except for when Gherk is railing her. Oh, Jesus. Every day you post a chart with green, orange, and red arrows. There's no arrows. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, those fucking things. There's not arrows. That's just like the estimated, like the market maker's estimated move. Like the range of the estimated move. It's about 88 points on the downside. It was about 57 to the upside, which so far after market open seems moderately accurate. Oh, you little bitch. Another bounce. I hope this just fails lower, like quickly. I don't have to deal with it. Come on, that housing data was shit. Consumers didn't trim back inflation numbers that much. No, the orange one is me attempting to figure out where it's skewed to. So green, red expected, then orange where price direction is kind of skewed. Which is usually relative to like where the market maker's like strongest neutral positioning is. But those aren't like price targets. Those are like where price can potentially go. So in between both of them should create kind of like the range for the day. Broke down on ES. Definitely not enough. ES needs to break that right now. It needs to break 48.15 where it's finding a surprising amount of support. Volume's still very high though. Then 48.10's a prior resistance, so but I mean the one that really matters here is 4800. 4820 and 4800 are really important, and it looks like we're sort of below 4820. They're finding an awful lot of support at the 4815 level, which I'm not a big fan of, but if that gives way, that's probably trying to dodge some sell side there. Momentum still hasn't shifted enough yet for a big drop. It's starting to get there, closer. What should I do with my 2 UVXY shares? I don't know. Print them out, use them for toilet paper. Do you engage in hangover meals? And if so, what's your go-to? I'm pretty hungover right now. And coffee. Consumer sentiment and current market conditions up is interesting. Correlation with access to cheaper credit, methinks. Fed tightening is definitely not working for them. The Fed hasn't tightened anything. That's why it's not working, because it's not happening. AWM has good volume today. I don't know. I haven't really looked at it. Sure. I mean, it's not like crazy or anything, but it's decent. It is an OPEX. You'd expect it to have some volume, I suppose. Is the 2 and 10 up 100 bips bullish? No. No, the 10 year is almost at 4.2 right now. We're getting like close to like where banks are gonna start to feel some pain, if they're not already feeling pain. Remember, $1.26 trillion in fair value assets at risk with the 10 year above 4. There's non-leveraged, I can't remember the names of them, but there's non-leveraged products that are inverse the market. Is that a double bottom? It's more 2 tests of a resistance. You shouldn't really be looking for double bottoms on the 1 minute over the course of an hour, but sure. Bangs are strong and resiliatory. How much higher is SPXGN than yesterday? I don't actually know because we didn't have our data last night, but I think it's like roughly in the same place. Might be a little bit higher. Yeah, well, it is. They're a little bit higher, moderately. Not much. The weekly one, I have no idea. There's a lot of call volume bought yesterday, so it kind of skews things. Sorry we missed you talking about this, but do you have any thoughts on AMD going into earnings? I heard it's becoming a Wall Street bets craze, so I'm thinking of exiting my longs. That's usually a good idea. I don't. I mean, they're gonna have a hard. AMD, maybe even more so than Nvidia, is gonna have a hard time keeping up with the current price. With their current earnings output. I mean, they are definitively not Nvidia, right? Like they made like 5.8 billion last quarter, something like that. So I'd be surprised, but you know, actually I wouldn't be. Nothing with AI surprises me, and they're everyone's backup plan, right? Are banks surviving due to the carry trade, Mag 7 perpetual pumpies? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Equity valuations up, and a lending facility which allows them to continue to keep credit conditions loose. Hmm. RSP is flat. Dow's moved up a little. So has Russell on this bounce. Not a lot of breadth. Still a downside gap. Then we've got. So if we break above 95. Still resistance at 4,800 though. Did those sell or no? They did not. What the fuck? Those aren't open. Okay. I know you said we shouldn't look for double bottoms on a short time frame, but what about juicy double bubble bottoms? I mean, you should just always be on the lookout for those. Don't want to let me sell these. Ooh, 30. Hmm. That's already fucking closed. Where are they gone? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why this won't sell. There we go. Hey, it did it. SPX is finna plop on God. It's taking a fucking while. There's a good chance it just trades here all fucking day. I will say Delta's starting to fall off again, so that's a good sign. Why so many bounces? They have a lot of calls they want to sell off before the price drops. A whole shitload of them. They also bought a bunch of calls at 80 and 85 to keep the price from dropping, which is possibly more important. There's SLT realization. Well, if we didn't see it in the earlier part of the week, now we're above gamma neutral, so the market maker can absorb any sell-offs. We could fall back below gamma neutral. It's a possibility. How many DTE on the 8085? 0. Most of them bought. Some of them are starting to sell off a little bit too. Looks like puts are piling in here a little bit. That might be a good sign. I don't feel like I need to draw the downside resistance, but I will. What's up, Dork? Median monthly payment as a percentage of average monthly income is 62%. No wonder we're in a vibe session. That's why everyone had to lean on their credit cards and buy now, pay later so much this holiday season. Because their mortgage is 70% of their income. Oh, 1 second. Out of solid cash, flat on the day, getting roof work. Sounds like chasing a pig with a mini chainsaw anyway. Thanks to the lessons, don't lose money. Nice. There's nothing worse than a morning where you burn up all your cash and you don't make anything. So I feel you. Enjoy your roof work. I'll see you on Monday or Sunday. Mr. Gorbachev, perforate that line. We'll let the candles do that. Can you take a moment to explain SLD in a positive gamma environment, please? Sure. Everybody sells. Just like they do on every other SLD. Except the MM gobbles it all up. Boo. No problem. It reminds me of her. Are we in a descending top hat? No. No, we're not. Momentum is just starting to shift a little bit bearish. But don't say anything because you can scare it. Just barely. That doesn't mean we've seen our peak yet, though. And the slowest decay of out of the money options award goes to Kenneth Griffin. The runner-up is Virtue. Play the bear song. Current possible high-low range of the day based on options activity. At about it's like 48.10 to 47.55 roughly. How do you feel about 5/16 4,700 pits? Well, I have end of Jan 4,700 pits. Is there a way to tell what way the price will go when your triangle breaks? It's skewed slightly bullish. Like from a technical perspective. Although its performance is not all that bullish. But yeah, I mean generally like if you had a center line for where like a equilateral triangle would be here, to the upside of that would be bullish. The downside of that would be more bearish. Those are some pretty minute differences to focus on such a short time frame, though. No problem. I won't trade for 2 days if we hit 47.55, Kenny. I promise. That's a bold statement. Hmm. What a weird, what is this bullshit? Look at this. Fuck this market, dork. 500,000 futures contracts, they're all just traded in a $5 range. Red candles are illegal. So fucking dumb. Are they winning? I don't think so. Generally, this kind of shit precedes large drops, but not always. There've been a few instances where we've seen this kind of price action. It's a lot of like repositioning, but sometimes it breaks up. I don't think the upside on the zero DT is looking any better. So that's nice, I guess. On longer dated time frames, it looks like options interest is just kind of falling off everywhere. Oh, there was a bunch of puts bought. Someone just either someone just de-risked a shitload of puts, which I don't think so because VIX is pretty flat, or someone just bought a ton. Here, Dork. What do you think of that? Well, yeah, I know that. Futures is going for that retest at 48.28. For some reason, that doesn't look very bullish. Huh. Yields have already kablooied, though. Yields are ridiculous. How in the fuck did England miss retail sales by 3%? The dollar's still down. Do you trade futures? Yeah, sometimes. Not like day trade generally. Is there anyone that could touch Shakira in her prime? I don't know. Maybe like significant others or close relatives. You probably would have gotten arrested if you'd tried. Let's all picture a red candle in our mind, like the children of the corn. Jesus Christ. Fortunately, I don't touch without consent. I'm not going back to prison. Fair enough. You guys don't already do that? No. Did everyone decide not to trade today? What's going on? Everyone's trading. Price isn't moving. There's a lot of trading. It's just not leading to anything. You can do it. Get the triple top. Hmm. Definitely fooled me. It's like 670,000 ES contracts so far. Descending triple top. A little bit, yeah. If this is a top, which it hasn't confirmed yet. But yeah, like this. Oh, wait, hold on. God damn. Oh, there it is. It's a little bit. Oh no. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, I forgot they added that. Fuck yeah. Now downs. Not yet, but a little bit more bearish momentum. Just a touch. I'd say we're still like 40 minutes out from a drop. Somewhere around there. Before like any like substantial move down. End of day prediction? I don't really have one yet. I don't know where this is gonna go. It's awesome, Carl, okay? Beyond from playing dead to being dead, yes? Doesn't seem like enough fails to be fun. I don't know what you're talking about. There's like, first of all, fails come and go in cycles. They increase in severity as the liquidity gets tighter and tighter, and they decrease in severity during periods of covering. But for a period of covering, Beyond's fails are still exceptionally high. I would prefer if you just said now to the eternal question of when down. I said 30 to 40 minutes. I feel like that was sufficient. Look into the glass ball and tell me. What makes you so sure about the 415 puts? Or are you just buying the drop into existence? No, I'm playing the decay of charm over the course of the day. So in the early part of the day, the charm is bullish, but if we start to drop, it turns bearish very quickly. What's charm? Delta decay. It's part of the reason they're fighting for the upside so much here, I think. Is because if they don't get enough calls in the money, they're going to run into some problems later. SPY and UK were both awarded an uncharacteristic mention in today's daily. Could this be SPY driven? Danke. I mean, a little bit to some degree, but as far as scale goes, no. Hey, slightly higher high. That might be the high now, by the way. Yeah, that might be it. That's on save. Seems cheap. They just they just got their merger blocked. What would confirm this is a triple top, a break below the prior low. So back below 47.85. Hmm. Now we've got a thingy. Not great, but a little better. Downside's still the same. Do you think that Jimmy will pop off a bit on the next earnings? I have no idea. Right now, it's not shorted enough to pop off. Those boobs broke my trend line. Don't touch save, trust me. This uptrend was a meme. It starts yesterday at 1447. Someone just told the algo to give them 45 degrees up into the weekend and went to the Hamptons. It's a possibility. Although it's very cold in the Hamptons right now. Are you getting any of this? Maybe Florida. Are you getting these sweet NVIDIA 500Ps for next week? No. I've been selling 600 625s for Fab. Who's buying this top? I actually haven't seen a lot of calls coming in out of the money at all. So I don't think everyone's buying the top. There's already calls there. There were 0 DTs that got stranded up here this morning. So I don't really think they need to add anything to those positions. We're getting a pretty consistent accumulation of puts, which is I think keeping vol from dropping. However, we're not getting a lot of call selling yet. Or the puts, I think, are coming in or buy to close and not buy to open, which is also a possibility. That I can't figure out. Because the puts that are moving aren't near the money. How much further do you think uranium and oil go? They can both go a lot further. If China's economy fucking fires up again, which it may or may not do. Oil's gonna rocket. Demand for oil is gonna go way up, and then we have the Red Sea problem too. Yeah, one of the reasons oil's not up yet is because China's economy still sucks. um, Uranium, there's no cap on it. It takes like 3 to 4 years to open a uranium mine, and current demand exceeds supply. So whatever the market is willing to bear. There's a few things that could ease uranium prices, like if the Ukraine-Russia conflict were to end. Um, that could soften what is currently kind of a squeeze on uranium supply. So just gonna hear the I Trust Capital ad, but the main image at the beginning was JFresh Cat. I have no idea. It's the AI trying to cater to your. You've been looking at cat dick pics in the Discord. Hang Sen is near 2000s levels. Yeah, yeah. If we get a correction, how low do you think we go? 4,500? I believe you were thinking if we do get one, it would be in quarter 1. Like a big correction? I don't think we get a big correction in quarter 1. Maybe Q2. Or end of quarter 1, like as we move towards the BTFP decision. All of the sold puts act like calls. It's not put selling, it's put buying. I just don't know if they're buy to open or buy to close. There's some put selling going on too. Like they're definitely shorting vol, but they're buying a lot of puts. So they're either de-risking short put positions or they're buying long dated, like long puts. Gherk, I hate this. It's really boring. If it makes you feel any better, if you'd bought a 4805 call for $7, it'd still be worth about $7. Do you think C3 AI can drop more? Uh, Possibly. It is kind of finding a bottom, but it's below like it's below resistance. Um, and it's definitely below like delta neutral and everything. So yeah, I think I could keep going. I got plenty of theta there. Um, I don't see any reason for it to turn around. It's a bag of shit. It's not worth 20. It's not worth like $3, let alone 5. Yeah, options interest. I mean, there's a little bit of zero DT interest that came in today, but options interest on it's just falling off a cliff. It'll be cool when we stop making new highs for the day. We got like 20 more 20 more minutes or so. We're about to be all-time highs. No, we're still pretty far from that. Really far from it on ES. Thanks for an awesome 2 years and the knowledge that's come with it. If I may say the quiet part loud, wind down. Much love, my man. I mean, it was pretty clear that we were going to bounce yesterday. I don't think I gave any indication that we were going down today. There's a very good chance we'll just kind of sit here. Can you explain how you see that? What? Probably not, but I don't know what you're talking about. Wish I could say my call hedge printed, but it didn't. I made a little money. It seems like it's hard to make money on the upside, and this alone keeps me from averaging down my febs. Fair enough. It kind of is. Pal World is, you're really obsessed with that. I only had one call this morning when I got stopped out of it. I mean, significant downs at this point, it's just like a pullback to 85, right? Yeah, no. Big data drops next week. We have a bet. We're gonna probably, if this breaks up, we're probably gonna test 48.10. Although volume's dropping off. Can we? 48.05. Yeah, we could. I stay in that? That's $1, right? So I need. I had to go $1 on the money though. Maybe we should just close those earlier. What happened? I left for 10 minutes, hoping to come back to downs, and we've got a higher high. Why is everyone hoping to come back to downs? They already found support at 85. Can we touch 48.10, drop down to 47.60 by end of day? That'd be kind of crazy. I highly doubt it. Well, that's kind of a rescue of the 48.10 calls. Sort of. It's up $3 off. Fed speaker in 4 minutes. Yep. Wait, who's speaking in 4 minutes? I thought there was someone speaking at 1. Oh, Daily. Daily's speaking. Why isn't that on the other one? They only have Bar's speech listed. They have Daily listed at 4:15 here. And 11:15 here. I don't know what time he's speaking at one of those 2 times. I'm hoping for downs because it's OPEX. I mean, usually if OPEX is bearish, it's bearish after the fact, not before. I'm ready for the weekend where you guys discuss the consumer getting destroyed, banks potentially failing, and global economic issues while we prepare to break 48.50 next week. Macro and the market aren't the same thing, Popcorn. Maybe bears are 6 months early. Maybe they're not. So we're at prices we haven't seen since last week. My body's ready for 900 next week as bulls squeeze out what little juice this new paradigm is left in it before it all topples on top of the middle class. I don't know if there's any more bull juice to the upside. Somebody's gonna have to buy that. Like, we barely have enough liquidity to test 48.10 right now. I don't think 4,900 is a big concern. I wasn't bearish at all. I told everyone it was going to bounce yesterday. I'm bearish after OPEX, not today. That's why you buy theta. You know, more time on the options. AMD and NVIDIA failing. Let's go QQQ. No, they're not. At least, no. No, they're not. They were? With these 3 red candles? Top's looking good. Ooh. Top broke the trend. Do I want to pick up exposure to that right now? Maybe Monday. Although that is really cheap. Sell the 2, buy the 2. 26. 40? Almost 2 to 1. Sell the 2, buy the 250. 3 to 1. Might not get a fill on that though. Ooh. What did I say? 11:21 to 31 between there. I don't remember what the time was when I said 30 to 40 minutes. I think it was like 10:41 or 10:51 or something like that. Whatever it was, it looks like it's about 15 more. I think end of month is enough theta. Aren't you worried about your 4,700 debit spreads? Not particularly. It's the beauty of straddling every night. When price action reverses super hard overnight, you make a bunch of money. And I still haven't closed my calls yet. It was 10:51. Okay, so 11:21 to 11:31. That seems roughly about right. What news? There's no news. Somebody upgraded Apple. I think we'll start to see a little bit of downside in the next like 10. It might be more downside after that. Obviously, that's just the reversal point, right? Downside to 4802? No. Well, back into the uptrend first, obviously. And then a breakdown from the uptrend. That can take a little longer, but shifts in momentum like that can drag out for a long period of time, right? How would you confirm a reversal versus a pullback into continuation? Or, well, a reversal would be confirmed on a breakdown of the prior low. Do you think they're de-risking stuff up here? I do. Or someone's buying a lot of puts. I think it's more likely that we're seeing short puts closing while they're out of the money. Probably weekly expiry short puts. I think most of the short puts that expired on the OPEX expiration were already driven out of the money last night into this morning. Not the, well, no, even the 4800s, because we opened, where did we open? Well, we opened below 4800, so those actually got fucked, but not a lot, right? It's just like 67 cents a contract. Oh, shit. I guess we could just do that. It's a little broader. Second, slightly lower peak in Delta. Someone's starting to sell a lot of puts here. So they're still trying to, I think they're still trying to get 4810. The set price was crimed up to 47.99.62. I mean, still a loss on the 4800 puts that they sold in the money the last time they tried to fucking pump for 4800, right? Macy's closing stores and shaking up the board. Yeah, they still have that buyout offer on the table though, so unless their price drops dramatically, I have no interest in buying it. Big volume candles at 11:22. Spy QQQ. Yeah. Oh, we're so close. I wish they just test 40 fucking 48 4810 already. This is fucking stupid. It's like right there, right? Hmm. What's the longest it takes for FTDs to settle? Is that all done through CNS? Yes, and they can get pushed out. It depends on if they're on the underlying or an ETF, but in an ETF they can get pushed out a really long time, like almost a whole quarter. On the underlying, the furthest you can really push one out is like T35, or well, 69. That's which is really like 40, like 41 to 43 trading days, something like that. Do the sold puts show up in bulk or trickle in? The only way that they're gonna like de-risk, if you're talking about de-risking, the only way they're gonna de-risk is if they start to lose the support here, right? Then you could see greater de-risking of short puts. Otherwise, they're gonna keep it right where they got it and bleed them off as slowly as possible. I know I'm gonna skip this opportunity to buy top, and it's gonna fucking go back above $2 on Monday, and I'm gonna be pissed off again. But it's smarter to wait over the weekend. That's what Microsoft's doing. Microsoft's kind of failing a little top there. Nvidia kind of still looks bullish. Netflix losing 80. Meta failing. Tesla still looks like dog shit. Tesla's down today. I fucking love it. Tesla had so much fucking negative charm today. I'd like to see. Well, we've started failing. It's now 11:31. This doesn't look like it's gonna go quick, but yeah, vol's turning around a little bit. The trend, at least the downtrend in vol, is broken. I still think we could test 48.10. just to let you guys know. Like, momentum shifting, but like I could see like one last really hard push for that level before we slip further. Diamond top? I mean, actually, if we fail hard here, yes. That would be accurate. But that's a that's a that's a little too much hope. Be like a 500 BPS drop in futures. Actually, somewhere between 500 and 700. Our history with diamond tops is like one diamond top that I pointed out. But if you go back and look on ES forms them a lot as a topping pattern. But they're statistically highly accurate. Not that TA has mattered on a lot of these bull runs because they're just parabolic, right? But they do have like an 80% success rate. Despite your sample set of one. Ascending scallop is the only TA pattern anyone needs to know. Your QQQ cubs, will Charm be able to resuscitate them? We'll see. I kind of think a failure here would be pretty epic. So possibly. I mean, I only need QQQ to move down. Like a little bit, right? 50 BPS. That's not that much for an intraday swing. I know it's greedy, but I'm still kind of targeting like 250 a contract for those. Sometimes you just have to block out all the bullish bear noise because, you know, the bulls are always way more bullish. Or the bears are almost always way more bullish than the bears. Bulls. Yeah, so confusing. Okay, so there's the next 5 minutes. So I was pretty spot on. We got the first part of the breakdown at about 11:30. And this, well, it was actually like 29, 28. This candle was the first volumetric downside. And now 5 minutes later, we're starting to see a little bit more. Haven't quite broken the trend yet, but hopefully we do. Vol's continuing to turn up. Well, this is the momentum. Like, so what I'm giving you the timing for is the point at which momentum starts to reverse, right? So now momentum is starting to shift bearish, right? And this can be turned around. Like, a huge amount of call buying can swing this back the other way. But right now, bears are picking up momentum to the downside, right? Which means more and more over time, not less and less. So this is like, it's like a tipping point, kind of. Now sometimes that's really dramatic, and I know that, like, I've done those like to the minute predictions in the past where like all of a sudden we drop 15 BPS and it's like, oh my god. But they're not always super dramatic, especially when something's really heavily contested like this. There's definitely gonna be a resistance at 4,800. let's not let's not get too excited yet. So I missed this, but what sort of range would you see on a failure? If we lose 40, if we lose 47.85, I guess we could see. Um, see, the call side still hasn't stopped really pushing back against this yet, but I would say if we lose 80, that really opens up a lot of range. But losing 85, maybe we could see 75, 70. Um, right now I'm pretty focused on 80, 85 because that's where they bought earlier to support this upside move. So breaking down below that level is going to mean broad capitulation across the entire in the money and out of the money position, and then that opens it up all the way to 47.50. So we'll see how much sells off, right? I mean, this could obviously pick up a lot of momentum very quickly. Bulls are mostly sitting in short dated calls, so they don't have a lot of theta to wait out a downside move. And the more we drop, the more they're going to want to sell. And so it tends to pick up momentum. I think there's a pretty big amount of future selling at 48.15, like below 48.15. We're nowhere near there yet, but I would say if we see futures fall below 48.15, we'll probably see some sellers come in. No, futures 48.15. I'm not talking about ES. Or I'm not talking about SPX, rather. I'm talking about ES. Chance of breaking 47.80 on ES or SPX? On ES, that'd be kind of crazy. That would put us below 4750 on SPX. I think there'll be resistance at 80, 85 on SPX. We still got time today, but I got some 124, 4750 ended it yesterday. We're in the 70s. If we don't get a big breakdown today, would you cut your loss, or is there hope for SLD Monday? I mean, yeah, there's still hope for that, but maybe consider selling like a put against it or something, right? I don't know why you just have a raw 3-day put, but yeah, maybe like turn it into a debit spread and offset some of that theta decay. You're making the mistake a lot of people in here have recently stopped making, which is getting like just broad exposure with very little kind of any kind of hedge and not a lot of theta. You don't want to just buy puts on shit generally, right? Especially not with 3 days to expiry. Even if you do like a calendar spread or something, like do something with the other side of that. I don't have that ability. Why not? Are you Canadian? And not yet. They're gonna fight tooth and nail for 4,800 still. Like if you're gonna trade cash accounts, I don't care why you can't access margin. I mean, you clearly have enough money to access margin if you're buying at the money 3 DTs on SPX, but you've chosen not to. So don't play shit with theta unless you're buying shares of something. Just keep your positioning to the intraday and keep your risk tight. I'd love a retest of 4,800, which then fails 1 or 2 times, honestly showing weakness. And we've already failed the upside test on fucking SPX like 3, 4 times now. I think there's plenty of weakness to show there without testing the all-time high, right? We're still fucking, even off the peak of this, we're still, $8 away, $9 away from the all-time high. Or just buy loads of theta. Yeah, but then you might as well get like something like a Vega position, right? Where your exposure to delta is limited. Short dated delta exposed options with zero hedge are very dangerous because it only takes one overnight move to completely blow up your position. Fuck, it doesn't even take an overnight move. It take like a couple of candles to blow up your position. It takes Joe Biden giving a speech. I don't know how much of. I mean, like, sure, the speech was leveraged, right? But like, I don't know how much the speech actually mattered in the scheme of things. They had AM expiry options that they needed to bail out, and they bailed them out. Is now a good time to sell some BCS around SVX GM, SEX or SCXW, and then how much theta and how wide a spread? Because you have to remember that GM shifts over time, so it's a shifting data point, and you have to account for that. Will you stream Netflix earnings? No, why? You have too much theta. So Sinbad, first thing, too much theta. Um, uh, that's okay for like a weekend where the moves can potentially be larger, but way too much theta. Um, and then yeah, they are in fact better on SPX, but um, I think if you get rid of about half of that theta, that'll solve a big chunk of your problem. Sorry, boss showed up right after I sent that. I'm American. I just never got margin. I have a cash account. Intraday has been successful for me. When I do longer dated, I've gotten burned. Yeah, because you're in a cash account, and to do longer dated calls, you'd have to deploy like almost all of your capital, right? Margin will give you access to more theta and longer dated positions without taking on 50% risk, right? If you're in a cash account, keep it kind of short. There's no reason to go, to go out and look for like 3 to 5 or 10 or 14 DTE, right? Unless it's a big cash account. If you got like 125 grand, in which case you should be buying a lot more theta than 3 days. I'm gonna assume it's not. I'm gonna assume it's a smaller cash account and say you should probably just stay focused on the intraday and forget the macro and shit. Let me tell you something. If you have a 4700 that you bought 3 months ago, and the market starts going down, and you have a 4700 that you bought today, and the market starts going down, both are going to print the same amount if they go in the money. I mean, that's what cash accounts excel at, is scalping. That's like what they're good for the most part. I mean, you can intraday swing kind of, depending on how much of a drawdown you can take, but scalping is great for making money. Timing the macro is how you make wealth. Yeah, yeah, that's true. But if first you need money to turn it into wealth, right? Like if you have 30 grand to your name, you're not going to get enough exposure on a macro event probably to be wealthy. You might make some good money off of it, but you're not gonna end up wealthy after it, right? I just made that up. It's not wrong. Trading grows capital, investments grow wealth. And taking like long dated short positions is more of an investment than it is a short term trade. Starts to bridge that gap. Well, leverage bet. How low is Neo going? I don't know. Maybe like $1? Who the fuck knows? Tell China to fucking China, as long as China's economy is shitting the bed, it's gonna keep going down. Why are you still holding it? Sell some fucking covered calls or something. Sell the fucking stock and buy it back later. Did you get married to it? Kick it the fuck out. A 35K. I mean, with that much money, you should really have some amount of margin somewhere. Open a separate margin account if you're worried about your degeneracy. What do China banning short selling? They've done it like fucking 10 times in the last 2 years. Generally, it doesn't do much. It's short-term boost in stock prices, and then the second they allow it again, everything tanks. Take it from me, you can also kick out things you marry. True. I'm down too much. That's not a thing. Because you could be down more. Lack of knowledge and making mistakes. So, I mean, if you if you don't have enough experience to trade a margin account, you probably shouldn't be trading $35,000. I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm pretty serious. Because you're more likely to lose money over time than make it. Uh, Focus on paper trading and learning options positionings, and figure it out. Tup crashing $1.90. Well, as fun as that downside was, they have recovered this at 80. They're gonna fucking pump it up again, aren't they? So future support there. See, that could keep breaking down. I guess we'll see. That's just starting to turn around. Let's see if the retest of the trend fails. If it does, maybe bears have some legs. $4,800 is pretty important for the bulls. Was I seeing Gherkin and Gingerballs tweet at the same time last night? Were we just tweeting at each other? Because we frequently do that. Do shorts even cover on this stock? What, on Neo? You're dealing with a different kind of short. You're dealing with a different level of liquidity. That's not a meme. I go 11 to 1 call to put ratio. 11 green weeks, 1 red over the last 12. I just adjust basically I adjust weekly based on how the weeks end. Oh Jesus. I've got to stick to the daily stuff, like you said. It's worked for me, but it doesn't scale. That's the problem with scalping. Is you're always going to be using a fraction of that total money to make money off of, right? I'm probably a much smaller fraction than you have in the account. The rest of the money is sitting there doing nothing. And this like scalping's only good to a certain point, and you're already kind of approaching the end of that. Like you can carry it a little higher, you can make a little extra income, but you don't need $35,000 to do that with scalping, right? That's why you full port every scalp. uh, as someone who's tried to do that, Doric, let me tell you, it's great until it isn't. Do you really think your QQQ 415p is going to be a 250 contract today? It's possible. That's starting to look a lot less likely, though. I did not want the Bulls to get support at 4,800. It's definitely not ideal. Although it may be brief. I think a lot of charm's going to fall off into the end of the day, and people are going to start closing leaps. And while they're not now, I think any weakness, and they will. Also, I just don't care that much. They're like $1 each. Those QQQ puts will print Monday. I have puts for Monday. This is all because you wouldn't perforate your fucking line. We broke through it, though. I don't need to perforate it if we fall through it. QQQ is getting close to a top, right? No, just topping. Close. There's a lot more momentum there in both directions, though. It's a pretty hard reversal. Dollar at 103. Yields are kind of flat. They're up, but a little flat. 30 years not doing so hot. Did what's his face actually speak? Or no? It's at 4:15, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I fucking knew it. Lies. Fed speaker lies. All right, so the wealth bubble is starting to juice the consumer, so that means we should start seeing inflation move up. All right, we're in the middle of a fucking shipping blockade, essentially, and we've got consumers demanding more stuff while manufacturing rapidly contracts. That totally didn't happen at the end of 2021. I don't have a filter on my camera. Maybe I'm just blurrier, like bad focus. Explain your dog ears. I've touched nothing since I got my camera back to being not black and white. That's because QQQ fucking rocketed. Hmm. Why are you sparkly? Today was an excellent day to do exactly what I did, which was buy puts on QQQ. Nice. Welcome to the club. Holy shit, did that reject? That can't be real. Maybe. What's ES looking like? Ooh, lower high. Lower high, lower low. Fail? Very saucy right now, Dork. Put time? Tight stop. Probably not. It's almost never put time. That's not true. Puts have printed every day this week. So have calls. This almost gets spicy if we lose 95. 95.90. Might not even need to lose 85 anymore. Thank you for the TIA popcorn trader. Ooh, my Oxy buy-in just triggered. I'm coming, Warren. Congratulations. Hindsight is 2010, as they say. I made a bunch of money yesterday just trading over lunch, and today, boof, I've got to stop trading on this platform and get my margin privileges back. Remember this morning when you're like, I can barely stay awake? And I said, then don't trade today? The last leg down had more volume behind it than this move up did. You know what that means? I don't, but you do. Do you use securities lending on any accounts? Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I make a lot off of it, but I do. I bought back my Vega puts. It's too bad I did it yesterday instead of today. And VIX isn't that much lower today than it was towards the end of yesterday. If you had to buy one of DVN or Oxy, just like one share, why do you need to buy one? Buy an SPX put. That's because you're a fucking degenerate, man. Let's be honest. I want some oil exposure. One share of oil exposure. Fill up your car. 100 shares. Okay. Well, you said if you had to buy one of DVN or Oxy. DVN's got a better dividend. Oxy's a bit more defensive because it's exposure. It's not as exposed to nat gas. I would say that DVN's probably a lot cheaper than Oxy, but it carries a little bit more risk. God, I hope these fucking cunt bulls start selling their positions. Dumb fuck assholes spending all morning buying 4810s and then never going in the money. They won't, because fuck me, but Just buy up all the futures at 48.28. Just dump it already. Jesus Christ. I sold calls. I'm helping crush their spreads. Me too, Lily. Because the only thing you can do is find where the bearish people are buying all of their calls, and then sell that strike. Because they're always way more bullish than the actual bulls. There's no strength. There's no bears. Okay, let's get this straight. There's no bulls on the bounces. There's no bears on the drops. Okay? It's just the side that's winning fucking themselves over. It doesn't seem like I've missed anything that I would have traded well. You probably haven't. We're just trading a straight line for the rest of the year. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. Stop goading the bulls. They'll get the 48.10 in the money. I want them to get the 48.10 in the money. So they stop trying to fucking save it. Uh, when Red Licorice guy come back? I don't know what Grackle's up to right now. I can tell you he's not eating Twizzlers. Tesla 235s that I put on my watch list are 1.8 are now worth 367% of the price then. Okay. That's true for every Tesla put between the current price and where the price was. Something something efficient market something something. What's efficient about it? There's no efficiency. Can I go back in time? No, but you could have bought a Tesla put on the break of DN, like I said, for like 5 weeks in a row. So you not only did you not buy a Tesla put above DN, you didn't buy one below DN either. Both are in the money. $1 million SPX contracts trading in a $15 range is efficient. Those fuckers are buying calls all day long, and they're not making money on any of them. It's the most annoying fucking thing ever. And pointless. Jesus Christ. It ain't working. I've gotten crushed these last 2 weeks. I'm so sick of Twizzlers. I'm cutting out early to go skiing this weekend. God damn it, Crackle. Eat a fucking Twizzler right now. Can you move your support line at 4,800 to around 4,700? I'm trying to get rich. For Tesla, after today's charm decay and expiration, is the price going to stabilize instead of dropping like a rock into next week? Depends on how things reposition. But no, probably not. I mean, it might stabilize a bit, but it's still below delta neutral. And the market maker is long Vega. It's not looking great. Something weird with T. I think people are confusing it for Top. No, those are very different companies. One's very much in business. The other is questionable. Hypothetical for you. You can see the future for this year. Would you rather be able to only trade one day the rest of the year to play, or trade every day, but the market's range bound $1 the rest of the year? Wait, hold on. Are you asking? So, wait, if I know the future, is the market still range bound to $1? Because that sounds amazing. And like very little work. Is SSS at a good entry now? It was at a good entry before, but it can go lower. I mean, if rate cut expectations continue to fall off, that it'll suffer. Why would you sell iron condors if you're range bound to $1? You just sell butterflies. You got any of those momentum swings in your crystal ball? Well, we had the one. The next one may not be so bearish, but let's pretend like it could be. Uh, hmm. Maybe, but not today. Probably not today. On the longer time frames. The momentum here is kind of flat. We're not getting any like directional momentum at all. We had some and they stabilized it, so. I guess we could pick up a little bit more. Still think it's kind of early for that, though. An end of day momentum, if we hold 4,800, is likely to be more on the bullish side. So we need something. We either need like a future sell or something. Something's got to push us below 4,800. Otherwise, the rest of the day is probably going to be stuck here. It might be another opportunity for a shift in power hour. Yeah, Barr could if he says something that changes rate cut pricing. You got to be under 4,800 for Charmadillo to break out his kit. Charmatillo chainsaw. I'm watching The Big Short with a bunch of Italians. Which part of the movie is an SPX? Is SPX right now? I mean, it's not the same situation at all. It's very different and much more telegraphed. There's similarities, but that's just because of the way risk compounds. It's identical. There's not a single difference. Dare I butterfly 4805? Hmm. You could. I don't know. Like, out of the money calls will pick up if we stay in this range into the end of the day. So 4805 could be a big risk. Because, like, someone's going to buy the 15 and the 20, right? As we approach end of day. And if we haven't lost 4,800, there's a good chance those get in the money, right? That's not even enough time to say 57 things. Oh, great, more ups. I mean, there's no downs, so that's usually how that works. But sometimes you just get flat. Flat's not impossible. Are you gonna let those die? I don't know if I really care. Maybe. What are they at? Yeah, probably. All the drop effectively did was nothing. It didn't do a goddamn thing. Now there's a shitload of puts at 4,800? What the fuck is going on? Are they just selling the fuck out of the 4,800 put? They close all the 4,800 calls? That's super weird. There's so many fucking puts at 4,800. I don't even know when they showed up. Dork, win puts. Yeah, I'm not looking at AM. Did those just open? Look at this. That was there this morning. I didn't see it. There was a lot of calls there this morning. VIX says sold. There's 0 DTs. They don't have any effect on VIX. Oh, that's weird. Now I've got conflicting data. Did we test 4810? Oh, nice. We did it. Is there cover calls here? Sold calls? Fucking not many. The sold calls got squeezed out yesterday. What little of them there were. It wasn't much. There were 1,500, 4,800p 0 DTEs bought at the same time the SPY had the 8 million candle. Huh. It's weird that the data is conflicted. Two sources for it. One says one thing, one says the other. I don't know which one to believe. Okay, that seems to have corrected. The puts disappeared again. What the fuck just happened to VIX? Excuse me? Um, no. Doric. Oh, motherfucker. This has to be data issues? Huh. The forward return on volatility just went positive. What is happening? Volmageddon, let's go. No, go back up again. Back to spot. Lol, cancel. What the fuck was that shit? I mean, VIX shows it happening. Fix up, SPX up. What's the confusion? This is the new normal. That was a lot of up, though. Do you do a link from one of the last few times this happened? We talked about like a year or two ago. Yeah, I see that. It could have just been like a big Vega position coming in or something, right? Oh, yeah, I remember this. This was kind of bullshit, though, right? Like correlation, not causation. Bostic running his mouth saying very bullish stuff. Is he? He doesn't speak yet, does he? I thought he speaks in like an hour. Bostic doesn't even speak today. The fuck is Bostic saying? When the fuck is this speech? He said, I want to make sure we're well on our way to 2% before cuts. I'm open to changing outlook on rate cut timing on data. None of those are bullish. BlackRock just closing variant swaps from 2021 right now. Ooh. Hmm. Looks like Dixie found a support. Wow, yeah, Yang down 200 bips. What the fuck happened? USD yuan is rocketing. I don't see anything. I don't see any news. It's me, Margio. That was just weird. SLD? No, I don't think so. USD CNH? Yeah. Look at it. Look at the volume. Yang reversed kind of hard too. Yeah, we know what Bostic said, but that's not like a big deal. What are yields doing? Nothing. 30-year just went negative. Going down. I just woke up. What's going on? VIX did a big weird spike. It's because the Wall Street Journal published an article. Americans are suddenly feeling better about the economy. All of a sudden. 28-18-62 or bust, I guess. I don't know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that the failure at 15 wasn't really bad for that goal, but we'll see. The SPX options positioning really hasn't changed much. At least not anywhere near the money. Still kind of tops out at 48.10. Support down to 4,800. Not much on the 0DT side. I guess like a small increase in sold calls and puts, bought puts. But nothing crazy. Hmm. There's a guy on Wall Street Bets who used to track these VIX spikes. They're usually followed by a big correction. I mean, if VIX spikes like that, it's because the spread shifted really fast, right? Like somewhere in the auction window. So it's usually like indicative of like a big position or something being taken. I just got back from lunch to learn that I did not make money today. Nancy is selling. I don't know. The only things that I see that moved around that were like USD CNH reversed like 5-6 basis points on a decent amount of volume, and then like Yang shifted, but I don't see any news anywhere on anything. Postic selling the top. Do we typically see a lot of end of day volatility on leap expiration days? There can be, because there's a lot of charm in the underlying. VIX is still being weird. Yeah, I know. Maybe someone took some like open market action or something. Whatever it was, it shifted SPX momentum really hard from bullish to flat. Like we had a nice bull thing going, and it just got murdered. Dot plot? There's no dot plot today. I bet a bank failed. That's possible. Everyone's been leveraging everything up, and bonds are becoming less valuable. So all the leverage that was worth more. Let me put it this way. This is probably easier to understand. All the leverage here is now worth less. It shows on the 1 minute chart and the 5 minute chart. Hmm. Now we got VIX up, spot up. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen here. There's all kinds of weird shit going on. With China not looking too hot and the price falling daily, do you see a floor at all? No. Yeah, I would definitely be careful or hedge, at least hedge your losses. Yeah. Maybe just like a bunch of de-risking or something. Do you know any bronies? No. I know of their existence. Well, no, because the MM's like Vega neutral is way out of the money right now. So I don't think that's what's happening. You think we see any resistance at all-time high, or is it irrelevant? I don't think it's that. I mean, psychologically, it's relevant, but other than that, I don't think it's very meaningful. We could. How's the liquidity on top? Still super dry. They knocked it below trend today, but it probably won't stay there for very long. No covering yet. Well, no significant covering yet. Anything to squeeze out above the all-time high? Not really. There's not a lot of options up here. I mean, we might get some coming in because we just broke the all-time high. I think the expectation for futures here would be like a test of 48.61, but we haven't really broken out above our like our uptrend yet. We got rejected right before it on that weird VIX spike, right before the test. So we're moving to test it again now. Futures is still really far from the all-time high. I think the all-time high on ES is like 50.29. The all-time high was 48.1862. It is. Oh, have we not hit it yet? Oh. Yeah, that's 48.1862. Oh, we haven't hit it yet. Close. Where do I buy this mini Hitachi? I mean, tiny saw. Song for all-time high? Well, we still have to break it, right? Play the bull song and rug pull them. How embarrassing for the Bulls if they get this close but don't get it. Yeah, that'd be pretty embarrassing. Uh, The headlines and pundits are going to be insufferable. I guarantee you, like 50% of them say we just broke the all-time high regardless. The poll was the catalyst. Thanks, Gaff. Yeah, I mean, the out of the money call buying has not given up yet, but Delta's starting to fall off. So there's some bulls that didn't want to fuck with waiting to take profits. Bulls. Stop being like boss blunts. It's like bearish things. Nothing's bearish. There's rate cuts coming this year, and that's the only thing that matters. No one cares about shippings. You will when inflation fucking doubles. And there are no rate cuts. And all your dreams go bye-bye. I was bullish on the way up. I'm just not bullish now. I'm becoming more bearish by the day. Do you think I'm just sitting on shitloads of puts or something? I have some like Vega plays and some debit spreads. Should I change the poll from do you have puts or not? That's actually a better. It's actually a better poll. This is the most difficult poll. I don't think it's that hard. Who's voting no? Probably somebody with puts. I mean, the time frame would be if we break the all-time high, right? Then it's kind of a pointless pull. Because of leverage. Does anybody pay attention to the charts JFresh gives out? Leverage, shitloads of leverage. How was the bond auction? Was there a bond auction today? I don't think there was one today. It's Friday. Is there a bond auction on Friday? Yeah, I picked up some more debit spreads while they were cheaper today. I'd vote yes. I can't vote on it, but I would vote yes. There it is. You're not allowed to influence the vote like that. No, probably 48-20. I would say 48-20 before any resistance. We double topped it on the 1 minute. Would this make a double top on the monthly? Yeah, if it rejected here. But the monthly is not, doesn't be like this is on the monthly. The breakout here is a shift from a neutral position to a bullish one, right? A failure here and then a break below 45.49. This is like 45.46.50 is a reversal. I think we could keep cranking to the end of the day. I don't see people not just buying shitloads of out of the money zero DTs at this point. It's like I say puts on TLT on Sunday. That would have been pretty good this week. The fucking 20-year skyrocketed. VIX is up quite a lot relative to where it was the last time we were at this level. It was at like sub 1250 the last time we were up here. It's at 1350 now. Definitely more demand for volatility. I made my all-time high line extra thick. It hasn't gotten through the thickness. I mean, the all-time high was 48.1862 in Jan of 2022. Was your GME getting assigned today? I don't think so. No? Not even fucking close. GME's up 16 cents today. The last time I sold was when we were still above delta neutral. I'm still like 50 cents out of the money. Like 53 cents out of the money. Whoa, 16 cents. Fucking MOASS tomorrow, am I right? There's just a trend there. You don't have to look for what's gonna get punctured. It's probably gonna test the top of that. What does the want price by the end of the day? 4,800, 47.95. Although we could close above 4,800. There's definitely enough support. And I'm sure support will come in at these levels, right? Calls are cheaper now than they were at the beginning of the day. Mm-hmm. Nvidia's almost at 1.5 trillion market cap. So reported 18 billion in revenue last quarter. And Apple reported 89 billion. And they have half of Apple's market cap. That's amazing. That's very well done. Going for 25. Still bearish for next week. Yeah, pretty bearish. My Nvidia 500p weeklies are down. I wonder if I should buy more. Stop buying $100 out of the money weekly Nvidia calls or puts. Alright, let's see if momentum's starting to get blown out a little bit here. No. Is Beyond back on Reg Show? Not as far as I'm aware. I think it's still too soon. $47.85 next week. Thinking lower than that. How are your 12,000 Cs looking today? They're actually not up very much. I do. Just wait, they'll be in the money soon. They're not going in the money. Futures failing the breakout of the trend. We're going up on less and less volume, which usually isn't a good sign. Demi stuck. Dork was right. No, he wasn't. This is Dork's prediction. We're only 422 basis points away. The day's not over. Ugh. Have we done it? Have we reached the end of the liquidity? Pretty much. Someone's buying some 30 calls. Pump into what? He targeted 5,000. There's no liquidity up there. Is there so much buying to support all of this price action? I mean, there's enough zero DTE buying to support it continuing to move up. Most of which came after we broke the all-time high, but it's there. I said there was no liquidity up to 5,000. There's very little liquidity here, which is why our volume's so low. See the volume trailing off throughout the day as we move higher? Next resistance is 4861 ES, which is like SPX 4830, roughly. 4832. I mean, yields aren't really moving down. Dollar dropped a little bit today, although I'm not sure on what news. Probably just the market going up. Volatility's picking up a little bit. I don't know if we've exceeded the prior high enough to be in an uptrend. I don't think so. No. Well, at least ES isn't in one. SPX is still kind of in a wedge. The uptrend test would be at like 48.40. Above 48.40 we would be in an uptrend. Like on the 1 hour or the daily. $1.5 million volume on QQQ. Yeah, I see it. I look forward to averaging down my Delta puts till they're Vega puts. Okay. Who's got the over-under on QQQ stopping dead at 420? I wonder what percentage of the S&P the Mag 7 are today. It's got to be close to like 30%. Nvidia is worth 2x Berkshire Hathaway. It's worth 1/2 Apple on 1/4 of their sales. Less than 1/4 of their sales. What was Microsoft's sales last quarter? Because it's worth half of that, too. 56 billion. Okay, so 1/3 of Microsoft sales. That's one day move. I suspect earnings aren't going to be great, and big money wants out before then. I'm not super worried about it. Like I said, even if we ended this week up, which I told everybody we were gonna probably do yesterday, day before yesterday. I'm not worried about it in the long term. But it would be nice if everything just sold off for the rest of the day. It's not impossible to see a small sell-off into the end of the day. Just because this is so blown out. But I do suspect we'll just continue to see more 0 DTE buying. It's not there yet, but I think it'll just come in. Did you forget about NVIDIA's large language models? No. Is the risk in line with your report? Not really, but I had to manage other shit. And then when I got back to it, they were already down 80%. So there was no point in closing them. There's no way you think your 4,700 debit spread is going in the money, right? Why not? It expires at the end of the month. Because we broke 4,800? I mean, I started buying them when we were last at 4,800. Coinbase Advanced Trading gave me BTCF futures trading access yesterday. Beyond the awesome 9K OI, I'm 90% certain no one at Coinbase has ever looked at an options dashboard before. I think they want you to use a raw order book dump to identify strikes. I have no idea what I'm even looking at. That's fucking awesome. Is this a good... Why does everyone keep asking about Devian? What's it doing today? Jesus Christ. I mean, it's okay, but it can keep dumping if nat gas keeps falling. I don't think it's going down because of oil. Do, do, do. SLD ends on Monday. Pickle Jar doing it again. Buying puts at 47.45 at the bottom, huh? When the fuck is this piece of shit gonna go down to $5? It's never gonna go down to $5. Well, I mean, you better hope it doesn't, at least. I averaged them down a little bit earlier. No, just down $5. I'm gonna say it. RTY isn't even over 2,000. This move is gonna get wrecked. There's not a lot of breadth today. I think RSP's only up 56 BPS. Dow's up a little bit today. 86. Although you think VIX would be down a lot more on a move like this. And it's not. I'll have you know, I didn't cut my put legs from my straddle too late, but I left my calls running and caught a few more. Nice. I have debit call spreads expiring Monday, fully in the money. Chances that we hold these levels, it's a risk. Most of the drivers of price action right now are expiring today, so unless we see longer dated shit start to come in, VIX isn't going down on this move up. JFresh is going to write a letter to the CBOE after today. Interesting. For what? I don't care if you're long on the... Why wouldn't you be long on the SPX? Next resistance 48.32-ish. 25's a resistance, but yeah, if we meaningfully break above that, then 48.32 is the next one to the upside. It's not quite 48.32, but it's close enough. Okay, see you later, Adam. I told you it would fucking bounce yesterday. I don't know what more you want. Did I not say we were going up? Yes, I bought calls. Then what the fuck are you whining about? But I sold too early. Okay. That's a you problem. Why not buy more? You think next week down or 4,900? I don't know. We'll see where positioning falls today. I still suspect that we see downside after this. If not, I guess if we see like strength build up in the upper range here, then we can stay up here probably for a while longer. A few more weeks. Headlines are saying close at new all-time high. That's probably going to be the goal. Like I don't think zero DTEs are going to stop coming in at all, right? There's too much exuberance from a move like this. They have not slowed the pace of call buying in the slightest. There was some resistance at 25. They're still buying. No one's going to stop buying until the clock runs out. What are they exuberant about? I don't know. Being up for the first time in 2 years. Where are your zero DTEs? I got stopped out of all my shit earlier. On this account. I only have so much cash, and then it's out of settled cash. The day is not over yet. For what? I mean, it's not, but I don't think this is getting rug pulled. And even if it does, it's not gonna. We're not going to 50-15. Shut the fuck up. That's gonna get people to do stupid shit like buy 48.50s for the end of the day. Nah, that might not be that stupid, but it's kind of stupid. Too late. Mm, 4830's resistance, which we're getting pretty close to. Zero DTE buying above 30. A little bit. A little bit at 35. Some people are buying 50s. You're saying you're bearish for next week. Are you referring to the market? Yes. I don't think anything's happening to the economy next week. We have the Fed meeting towards the end of the month. Do you think this is gonna stop? No. I just fucking said that I think bulls are gonna keep buying zero DTE calls until the clock runs out. So the only thing that's gonna rug pull this is if bulls that are in the money sell their calls. I have a single XSP 484 for 1 cent earlier today. I want it to 50x. Nice. End of J charm negated by the exuberance. Yeah, we had to fall below 4,800 for the charm to flip. And that did not happen. They're the best, Edwin. Historically, how much did all-time high breakout fail? You mean, like, after it's tested? Pretty often. There's usually some pullback after they occur. I know, like, Jan 21 fucking tanked hard after it tested. Um, the prior high before that was what, like November 21. That tanked really hard. And then was it October or September? That one dropped off really hard too. It was like there was like 3 all-time highs at the end of 2021 into the beginning of 2022. I think they all failed like 5%. At least Netflix hasn't caught wind of the bull run today. Neither is Tesla. Tesla's still down at 210. Which I'm pretty happy about, I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck is IRBT? A vacuum cleaner stock? Glonk, when red candle. I'm going to go with probably tomorrow. Tomorrow has a better chance at a red candle than today. And yes, I'm aware the markets are closed. Robot vacuums you can't fuck? Why would you fuck a vacuum? Whose prediction is going to win this week? I think the market needs to go up another 150 basis points for Dork to be closer to spot than me and Jay Fresh. So probably Dork. Right now, JFresh is 127 bips from spot. I'm 180. And Dork is 400. Welcome to Dillionaire, French. Hit me up on the... did that... There we go. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Thank you so much. Is your straddle open? Yeah. Although, I'm thinking keeping the put side of it might be a bad idea. However, they don't expire for 2 weeks, so maybe it's not. I'll never forget when you said bull markets are easy. You can just buy calls. They are. Congrats on leaving the pores and joining us. They're able to refill our accounts every 2 weeks, kind of pores. The one thing crypto bros fail to realize is that the USA will never accept BTC as legal tender. No country will. Well, maybe El Salvador. Is it Ecuador or El Salvador? Which is the one that bought a bunch of BTC? It's a shame we haven't been in a bull market in years. I mean, if we keep going up from here, we're in one. Or back in one. Like the historical marker will be the break of the new all-time high. That's a big if. Yeah, I know. PayPal is going to make a world shocking announcement. What? They're better than Apple Pay? El Salvador? Yeah, that's the one. There's a few failing nations that are trying to go long BTC because they drank the inflation hedge Kool-Aid. Well, they just don't already have a currency, right? So anything's better than what they've got. This is the start. I mean, the month still has to close above this level. So we got 2 more weeks to see if that happens. Later, Thunder. I think SLDs will get more regular if we stay in a bull market. So if we stay in a bull market, and we really haven't broken up enough yet to be out of like the stagnation of the range we've been trading in. We've broken a little bit above it, but it's not consequential yet. If we were to break up higher and move up, into like the 4,900 range, ES is still very far from its all-time high. But if we're gonna continue up higher, then yeah, we're gonna see like gamma neutral, delta neutral, like through the bull market, stay very close to spot. And this is why one of the reasons I think SLD was so reliable back in like 2021, right? Was that, like the markets are climbing steadily, right? But GN and DN are also climbing with the market. And so when the SLD period hits, you get more reliable drops than like when we get these stupid fucking 13% bull runs and, DN and GN are still like way back here because they can't catch up that fast. So, yes, I think the reliability of it goes up. I mean, one could argue like a peak to trough that we had some SLD this week, but I didn't really see any Vega positions, like short vol positions or anything like that, drop off until today. So I'm not really sure that we've seen any significant like SLD because we opened so low Monday. I just don't think we've seen any like big selling as far as like liquidity deposits go. They may not need them. I mean, we're high enough now that the margin risk is probably kind of minimal, but the other side of that is that the top end of the yield curve is still climbing. So the things that they are leveraging are becoming worth less despite equities going up. And that's a hard balance to maintain. It's hard to maintain leverage when, the thing you're leveraging is dropping in value. Some of that's going to be offset by equities going up, but you can't offset all of it. Who says it needs to be legal tender to have a use? It's a proven commodity as a store of value, whether you like it or not, barring extreme regulation, which is possible, which is increasingly less likely. Well, that's because they figured out ways of centralizing it, right? There's no reason to regulate it if you can centralize it and provide liquidity to create an efficient market. All hail new bull market. Is this call exhaustion? A bit, yeah. I mean, we've got enough calls in the money now that there's going to be some profit taking. So we're going to have like a little back and forth interplay between the 0 DTEs that are buying out of the money and the in the money calls that are taking profits. But like I said, the only way this drops substantially is if a large amount of in-the-money calls take profits at this point, which is pretty unlikely. It could happen, but it's unlikely. Most of them are willing to just cash settle out at the end of the day. So you like BTC because people are willing to pay to own it, aka store of value. It's only valuable to people who own, buy, sell it. That's a thesis akin to Ponzi, Keynesian beauty contest. It's more like greater fool. But I mean, it's the same thing with dollars, but at least dollars are backed by missiles and not just a bunch of broccoli heads with more money than sense. Yeah, Gaff has a very specific reason for liking BTC. I would probably trade a lot more crypto if I were in Gaff's position too. It's not greater fool. It's big money doesn't like to lose money. No, because that's directly in conflict with big money liking to take other people's money. Was there Upstart news? It ran up pretty fast. No, I don't think so. I mean, Nvidia is pumping, so that can usually put some pressure on it. The whole market's pumping, which I'm sure puts some pressure on it, but it didn't run up that much, right? Like $1.50 something. Yeah, that's nothing crazy. I think it's like testing DN right now. I don't think there's a good entry on Neo until China's economy shows some traction. It's something I want to buy, but not yet. You got to be patient. It's going to be weeks, months, maybe, before there's a good entry on it. SoFi's in the same basket as Upstart, and they moved exactly at the same time. So is Affirm. Gaff works in finance, so you're generally restricted from trading a lot of things. But usually not a lot of restrictions on crypto or any. Is oil is oil really a store of value? I wouldn't exactly call it durable. Store of energy. The guy who's eating Twizzlers wasn't eating Twizzlers today. Would you roll into Neo with CSPs when the time is right? Probably. Well, there's perishable commodities. So, I don't know. Okay, fine. Mostly in Peter Schiff's basement. So BlackRock's real reason to get BTC ETF approved was to stop finance bros from trading on the side? No, it's because they all want to short the fuck out of Bitcoin. And it's hard to short Bitcoin. So you've got to create avenues to short it and pools of liquidity with which to short it. Apparently you can trade sardines for haircuts in prison. Okay. Is it a good haircut? I mean, most BTC transactions are just trading BTC for dollars and vice versa. I have a $25 million egg that some guy made many decades ago. It's worth $25 million because rich assholes said it is. It's actually only worth $25 million if a rich asshole buys it off you for $25 million. Otherwise, it's fucking worthless. Yeah, Forex. You're not being nice to him, Gaff. You know perfectly well the point he's arguing. Oh, Chapo's in jail. What did Neo pump in 2021? Another bit of meme nonsense. Actually, I don't really think Neo was all that related to the. I mean, it was short, but it was. I don't think it was related to the meme stock craze. It more had to do with like explosive growth in EV and emerging markets and car prices skyrocketing, right? That's why most of the EV manufacturers ran, because everyone wanted to buy into the next Tesla. Except the secret was Tesla was shit, which it's really proving hard today. They don't use it for the majority of their transactions, poopy pants. They still like cash. I still sold my BTC at a higher price than it is now. I don't know what you're arguing, Smooth. Assuming you were dumb and moved your retirement accounts into stable value funds when SPX was at 4,200 because you expected a crash and missed out, what's the best way to scale back in? I can only buy index funds. Wait, were you in bonds? I mean, assuming that the SPX continued up and you were exposed to value indexes, those value indexes would eventually catch up, right? As breadth filled in. If you were in like high yield bonds, you would have made more money than the fucking SPX. So what kind of, I don't know what kind of fund you were in, but yeah, I mean, if it's just like value investments and like safe shit, which really isn't the best choice at a time like that, but you know, you would need breadth to start to fill in. And I mean, most of the market upside right now is just being carried by tech. And you're only going to be exposed to that in like growth funds and like higher risk growth funds. I made 9K today on 0 GTEs while my bidet continued to spray my pooter to keep me disciplined. Nice. Think of setting the spray velocity to high if I buy 4850s. There's another 2 hours in the day. Why would you scale back in now? That's ridiculous. There's two things retail likes to buy, NW. Hype and the top. Most value funds have like 5 to 10% in Microsoft. They usually have a little bit of Apple exposure too, but they're definitely not going to move up as much as like the market did, right? Does this literally just run nonstop into close? I feel like I said that already. There's some resistances, but again, it's not going down unless people start taking profit on in the money calls. I haven't said the top was in at all. I definitely didn't say it at 4,000. At 4,100, I said if this moves above 4,200, we're gonna squeeze like a motherfucker. The last 4 weeks of bulls trying to break through the all-time high has been comical, but I mean, they did eventually get there. Are we arguing cryptography being broken by quantum computers now? Is there some place you guys can take you're talking about BTC while it tanks? I know, but it's not the engagement I want. I'd rather there be nobody here than sit around and talk about fucking Bitcoin all day. Do you feel the bandwidth increasing? I don't want it. It's not good bandwidth. It's dirty. There's already a crypto thread in the Discord. There's 2 of them. Specifically, because I don't ever want to talk to people about crypto. He knows that. You're not telling Gaff anything he doesn't know. Thanks, Grim, too. Crypto channel same like bot trap. Some guy wanted to talk about New York City restaurants. If you want to do that instead of crypto, yeah, I had a list that I curated of places to go. So when people ask me, I don't have to write a new one, and I can't find it. How many bank failures is too many bank failures? Hmm. Well, more than 3 apparently. 4. I'll talk about New York City restaurants. Top of the list, Kava. Bottom of the list, Kava. Done. That is not the best place to eat in New York City, okay? Just because you like to get lunch there. It's still fast food Mediterranean. Do you recommend any books on economics in the ancient world? Oh, what's that one that everyone loves? Guns, Germs, and Steel, or something like that. All the charts, well, they haven't scaled off the screen. QQQ has. QQQ is now at 420. Oh, fuck, I forgot to close these. Well, whatever. What's DN on Upstart? I don't know. Let me check. It's like 32. What's Gamma Max on SPX and SPXW? So that we don't have data on today because the data is shit the bed. Well, actually, I mean, well, we kind of do, but it's 4870, 4859, 4872. Yeah, VIX is moving a lot on this upside move, and there's not a lot of sold calls here, so I don't think it's from, and well, I don't think it's entirely from sold calls squeezing out. I wonder if people are trying to sell calls in front of the steamroller like dipshits. No, right? I don't think so. That'd be stupid. It could be risking off on puts. So those are. I just don't like those calculations as much yet. You know there's people doing it. It seems so fucking stupid, though. I guess we could look at a chart not doing the same thing. That's starting to do the same thing. DDS is down on the day. Netflix is turning around a little bit. You wanna look at like a retail stock? Are you gonna look at SQQQ? It's just doing the inverse. Jesus Christ. Neo got hammered today. Oh, that's gonna get so cheap. Yeah, Affirm and Upstart are starting to run. Hmm. What's the next upside resistance on ES? 48.93? This is a little bit at 48.75. $4,900. I bought some FSR calls. Yell at me. Whatever. Spending too much time on R short squeeze. Hasn't it just been tanking since they started like talking about it? This really isn't a great time to buy memes. Would it be great if SoFi went with them? Not a suggestion. SoFi just saying, yeah, that stock's garbage. What happened? I got used to the restroom and go to the vending machines, and I come back to SPX going up at a 60-degree angle. I think it's still about 45. VIX up, SPX up. Yep. Which is interesting. The big spike in VIX earlier too. Today's been a weird day for Vol. I mean, I know some of the effect of VIX going up here is sold calls squeezing out, but there wasn't very many of them. So I feel like VIX has moved up far too much for the amount of sold calls that were there. I come back from a meeting and see my puts have been run over. Why do people go to meetings and not set stops on puts? SoFi isn't garbage. I mean, they do a lot of stupid shit with their money. NU Bank set the roadmap for SoFi, and American customers have way more money. But it will take 2 to 5 years for it to take off. I'm accumulating. I think it'll take like 10 years before they hit their fucking growth targets. What do you think about a continuation of this on Monday? I don't know. Most of it's still supported by 0 DTEs. Close matters there a lot. And repositioning matters a lot. And if repositioning isn't, strong on the call side here, I don't think it's very good. Do we know what the run is from? There's nothing. There's no news or anything. There's a big weird spike in vol. We dropped a little bit, and then bulls pushed the all-time high, and then they've just been buying 0 DTs ever since. Is this failing now? I mean, it got rejected at 40. I don't really know if that's failing. Someone took some profits. OpenAI Chief Executive Officer Sam Altman, who's been working to raise billions of dollars from global investors for a chip venture, smart to get out of the chatbot game early, aims to use the funds to set up a network of factories to manufacture semiconductors, according to several people with knowledge of the plans. Okay, well, that's not good for NVIDIA or AMD, right? NVIDIA to the moon. How do you think Chem is feeling about seasonal flows? I'm pretty sure that actually him, very much like me and JFresh, didn't expect anything till after the OPEX. The beginning of this week was a nice surprise, but mostly the expectation for downside was after OPEX, not before it. I mean, even in like my prediction this week, I thought we were gonna move up in the first half of the week. Nobody knew Germany's economy was actually gonna shit everywhere. And then China's economy immediately after that, right? Which gave us the first 2 days of downs earlier this week. And also, like, there was no positioning that was prepared for that. Like, bulls weren't prepared for that. Bears weren't prepared for that. There was nothing there to absorb the downside. And there was very little bullish positioning. The bulls had to, like, claw their way back out of the negative news at the beginning of the week. But I did expect a shift in vol with Wednesday's expiration, and we've gotten that, right? We've gotten. I mean, vol is significantly higher even now than it was, on our prior high. Yeah, I see it getting slammed. This is probably that's probably call selling, like out of the money call selling. When crude 80, when geopolitics matter, when ZOM 130. I mean, I honestly don't think until the effect of the Red Sea, I don't even know what to call it. Crisis is strong. Um, but until the effect of that is felt in prices, I don't think anybody's going to pay attention to it. Kerfuffle, disruption. It's, well, yeah, I guess I guess we could say the Yemeni conflict, trade dispute. um, yeah, but until that's felt in pricing on the producer side, I don't think we're gonna see any effect from it. I mean, there's definitely bulls starting to get into energy, right? Yields are climbing because there's definitely people know it's going to cause inflation problems. But I think there's still a lot of hope that it resolves quickly. It doesn't look like it's going to at all, right? I have no hope other than ZOM 120. I hope you have a lot of theta. Because all the effects of that can take like months, 3 months, 2 to 3 months probably before it really starts to be felt in the supply chain. Are they selling puts above VN again? No, we're not. I don't think we're above VN right now. Yeah, we're not. Ugh. They have March 100C. That might be enough time. At 100, I mean, you could go in the money even if that doesn't all blow up. Any possible small GME run for OPEX next week? Maybe, but it doesn't have that much short interest on it right now. I would say it's more likely that it just continues to get shorted. I bought some shares of ZOM pretty recently. I'm a little bit underwater, but I sold covered calls on them. It's not too bad. Do you know why SRF went up 10% in the pre-market today? No? Did it hold that? Jesus. Oh, wow. Yeah, it just gapped up. I have no idea. The last big news I heard regarding that was the like Kazatprom had reduced output forecasts for 2024, which it also reduced last year. Veda's not important. I mean, not really. I'm targeting 103, 105. Oh, okay. So not 120. I was targeting like 115, 120. But that's why I got shares. Duty calls later, man. Maybe I'll catch you Sunday. We can chat about BTC more. Oh, God. I'm looking to get some September 105s with the higher target. Yeah, it's tough to pick a position on oil because like in the near term it could still go down a lot more. But it could also just like flare up tomorrow, right? I mean, all it takes is like one slight miss in reserves or one more OPEC cut. Is mayonnaise a trading instrument? Yes. Oh wow, my name's green. Yep. I feel like Zom's gonna get chopped up around that 100, 105 range. It could. I think it might have been Bithead or OG Dan. VWasp. Short call's about to get flattened. Possibly. I don't know why people would sell them here. Incoming future sellers. Have we finally hit resistance? Oh, okay, 48.75. That's what we're gonna pick. Zero DTs are done. Really? They just there's so fucking many of them. Someone just got stopped out of a lot of them, but I mean, there's resistance above 40. 45 resistance, but still a big pile of fucking calls at 50. This needs to drop so hard to lose its like stability. Like we have to fall below. We'd have to fall below like 48.20 for this to even start to destabilize. Did you ever share the secret stock? No. Hold on. Oh, okay. Cool. That didn't go up very much today. Baba actually bounced today. Because of the short selling ban? How's the diamond top you charted yesterday? You mean the giant picture of a diamond that I put over the top of ES? I wouldn't call that charting anything. It's actually still valid. So any like failure, I mean, it's still in this range, could still be considered like the peak, right? Because there's a slight uptrend over the period of time. What is a yog? Jogging. Is he went for? No, we're not. We failed 47.40. Some future sellers showed up and ruined everyone's party. Did you ever dig into Turtle Beach? I don't like them. Why would I dig into them? Baba bounced when VIX did. Interesting. Alright. What's the market maker wanting today? Um Given how overextended this is, they'd be very happy with anything between like shit. Even under like 48.20 wouldn't be so bad. 48.10 and 47.97 ish, maybe. I don't think the rampant call buying has really stopped yet. They're gonna have to get shaken out a lot harder than this to scare them. Did somebody can announce it today, or is that after hours? No, I think they delayed their announcement with the 8K that they filed, like, oh, fuck, what was it, the beginning of this week or end of last week? At least as far as I know, they haven't made any kind of announcement. Fi-Fi, I'm scared of what? Well, there goes my straddle. No, I'm not gonna buy a fucking call now. Risk of delisting just went up? No, I don't think so. They're still within like the NYSE's time frame, although they're cutting it close. Supposedly they'll have it done in time. But they said something about their like fucking accounting firm falling through, so they have to get someone else to do it. Oh, John's of Bleecker Street, not very good. I mean, I don't like it. Some people do. People buying 4850s, yeah, still. What's up with Neo? The fucking China's economy is like actually in the toilet. They just banned short selling because their market's crashing. Why do so many people like own Neo and not sell cover calls on it? Puts on Neo? Is it worth it? Or you just wait for a bottom. Wait for their economy to start gaining some traction. Probably around the time commodities demand picks up. Yeah, no problem, Troy. I made a few grand on Neo back when they were cool. I've caught some runs on it before. I actually think it's a decent buy. I think they've got, if they can stop spending so much fucking money. I think the recent like 2 billion they picked up in investments would be really good for them. I also think there's some opportunity for them to start getting products into the United States through Mexico. Um, but first and foremost, China's economy. I do like them though. I like them. I like Baba. There's a few Chinese stocks that I want to look to buy at some point this year. I like BYD too, but no options, which is, I would argue that BYD is probably a better company than Neo, but yeah, no options. OTC, so a bunch of people got stopped out on calls. The drop was future sellers. There's still like another hour and a half, so they could swing back in and pick up more calls and pump it again. I don't know. I cut the KMI strangle because it wasn't doing anything. The ticker on your stream loads faster than my data. Is this going to be a bigger turnaround? So the last time this happened, we got a big spike. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I could take a look at it. I mean, if it doesn't find support at the 17 level, which I think there's a chance it does, right? Because their earnings were so mixed. Like they had the elevated guidance from the acquisition, but their earnings were down, so it didn't fall off as hard as it should have on a miss. But I would say like 1690 would be the next support after that, and then maybe look down to like 1662. Can we see yields go down into the FOMC before the next leg up? If we do, that's going to be bullish over the next few weeks. Make it stop. It's not going to stop. I can't be more clear about this. Once we broke the all-time high, that's it. Gherkin, mind looking at a stock for me? Some guy told me it was going to $50 a share after a major buyout announcement. The stock, BBYRQ. Fuck off, dork. Panic profit taking, a little more volatility, right? But probably some of that, yeah. Is the options chain saying anything after today's expiration falls off for the SPX? I mean, all of the like indication over time is that things are getting slightly more bearish. Today's gamma is so fucking blown out that it skews the longer dated, like it skews the look at the longer dated positioning because there's so many fucking zero DTEs, right? But I would say that we're not seeing the kind of accumulation that I would want to see in this range for like a big continuation, right? I would say like the concentrate, like interest concentration is shifted from 75 to 40, like from the 75 to 4800 range up to like the 4800 4825 range, but Most of that 0 DTEs. And when those are gone, I'm not really sure how much support there's going to be here. And there'll be support at 4,800 because it's a huge resistance, right? But beyond that, not much. Why do they look like they're struggling with 4840 here? Because there's future sellers at 4875. So all of their momentum got blown up when the future sellers sold. I think they'll probably just rebuild 0 DT positions and pump it anyway. But I guess if we slip back below 4861, then there's a chance that it continues to fail. I think that's a really slim chance. Like I said, the most likely outcome for today is a close above all-time high and just like breakneck call buying into close. Like I do not expect them to stop buying calls at any point, no matter how big of a rejection. Unless we drop like 100 fucking BPS, no one's gonna stop buying calls. And the only people capable of pulling that rug are other bulls that have in the money calls. I want to gap fill up to Dork's prediction. I would have liked that when my straddle was still open. Not anymore. I think we get another upside move off of this. And that could test maybe, well, the 50 broke down a little bit. I still think it could test 50 before the end of the day, though. Should I get some, like, fucking just out of the money YOLOs on it? I think I have a. Do I have a day trade left? I have one day trade left. Oh, 1 second. right. AI bounced back a little bit today. Still below delta neutral. Tesla's still fine. CrowdStrike, I think I'm hedged off on the upside, so I don't care about that. That sucks. That's for Wednesday. That's for today. Okay. So let's see. I'm trying to see if we're going to continue up. So dropped off about 2 million in delta. 20 million in delta. Like that's not a very good indication. Maybe this is better. No, that looks kind of bearish too. That also looks a little bearish. Fuck, I don't want to buy a put. I miss days when we crash into close in the bear song. Those were fun. If call stop buying, is a drift back down to the 15-20 range possible? Well, it's not so much if the call stop buying, it's just if the call starts selling off, then yes. Everyone have the utmost confidence in the Bulls. I want to believe in them. I mean, they reversed like 3 major shifts in momentum today, which is pretty impressive through just raw 0 DTE call buying. But can they reverse a 4th one? Because that's not looking so great. I think they can. Obviously they can, Gherk. Well, it's not that obvious. Oh god, they're so cheap. Hmm. They are getting cheaper. Mm. Power hour. Yep. VIX is coming down. Yeah, I think we're starting to see. I think we're starting to see Delta pick back up again. It's it's not accumulating as fast as it was before, but it's there. No, this is put selling. This isn't. There's no. I don't think there's any short calls left to squeeze off, really. Maybe 48.50, but we're not there yet. It's the highest we can move. 48, 48, 43-ish. Fucking pretty hard resistance there. I just want to start by saying, wow, I've learned so much about becoming a profitable trader and becoming more responsible. Which zero DTE should I buy? Thank you, Boston Consulting Group. Fucking seriously? God damn it. Well, there goes my day trade. That was fun. Almost immediately, yeah. Maybe that's a good thing. I was still looking for downs next week after breaking all-time high, or it's only up now. I mean, I don't think the all-time high matters, like, positionally. It's just a psychological level, right? Crash Monday? That's very unlikely. Spicy Cenos? I don't know. The calls tried to get off a bit of a pump here, but there is some upside resistance. It would be hard to break much higher. Which I was kind of hesitant to buy calls, but they can. There's almost enough interest at 50 that we could potentially move up there. It's gonna be, I'll say this much, it's gonna be really fucking choppy. At least for now. One month ago, you thought that you'd be buying 4850 SPXC in January. A month ago, it looked like we were going straight to 5,000. Is your first GFE on WeBull just a warning? I think you can get 3 of them before something happens. I believe in 4850. There's really, really hard resistance at 4843. I'm not entirely sure we can break above it. Maybe. Also, the in the money calls are selling off, which is gonna weaken the base a bit. Right. If you have all the in the money calls taking profits as we test new highs, it makes it a lot harder to keep going up. Yeah, they're not doing that though. Like 4850 interest is going up, but it's definitely also being sold to some degree. So it's a bit, I mean, that's why it's so fucking gappy, right? Yeah, I don't know. I got 50 minutes. Momentum's still shifting towards the bears a bit. I'm not saying they can't buy the dip, but it's definitely risky. Actually, since the failure at 42, we've had the most consistent shift in momentum that we've had all fucking day. Any potential bearish events or data next week? I know China's got some rate decisions coming on Sunday. The U.S. BOJ rate decisions next Monday. That could obviously have some kind of impact. Although I don't think they're going to do anything. But actually, them not doing anything might be more bearish than them doing something small. If they don't do anything, or if they announce their intention to wait till later this year instead of leaving that opportunity for an interest rate hike open in the early part of the year, then it's possible that we see the carry trade get leaned into even harder. Um, we got Richmond Fed next week. That's not going to be very important. Japanese balance of trade. Then we start getting PMIs on Wednesday. So Wednesday we see the first set of like S&P PMI, and then we should get ISM. Do we get ISM next week? We get EU interest rate decision on Thursday. Then we've got durable goods, GDP, core PCE, PCE, new home sales. We got a 7-year note auction next week. We also have a 5-year and a 2-year FRN and a 2-year auction all next week. Yeah, core PCE and PCE on Friday. And then the following week we have the interest rate decision. Where the fuck is ISM? Should be getting ISM PMI soon. I don't see it anywhere. Am I just S&P Composite Manufacturing Services? What the fuck is? Does anybody know if the House approved the spending bill today? Oh, ISM's next Thursday. So next Wednesday, Thursday, we have Tuesday, Thursday, we have PMI. Right. Wednesday, Thursday, we have PMI. No, I've gone too far out. Oh no, that's not. PMI. PMI is after the ISM PMI is after the rate decision. S&P, I don't know why they're so spread out. S&P PMI is next Wednesday. Usually they're right around the same date. So it's a mystery if TUP releases a plan today. Kind of, yeah. But if they did it, I'm sure it'd be in after hours. Actually, we're already starting to see vol on Nvidia fall. So I think they were selling them at 50 and 75. Today they probably pulled them back, right? So that partially what drove the run. We might start to see them selling at 600 now. VIX going down, contract in front going up. Possibly. They're not diverging a lot. VIX is back out of backwardation from on the Feb contract at least. VIX 3-month isn't down as much today as cash VIX. House approved it yesterday. It just needs president's signature. Okay. Thank you, Squamps. How many times are we going to delay it before we actually pass something? Just next year? Seeing volatility crush an awful lot here with no real movement. I wonder if this is just shitloads of call selling. Maybe. Yeah, call interest at 48.50 is going up an awful lot. But not really any other strikes. Like 60's not getting a lot of interest. 40's not getting a lot. I think someone might be selling like just shitloads of calls up here. Hmm. Zero DTE kind of flattened out. There's not a lot going on with that right now. The call buying seems to have slowed down. There's a little bit of call selling. Not much, though. We're up $100 from yesterday's low. Yep. I wonder what realized vol looks like after today. So we got realized vol up to 12.7. 30-day vol down to 13.6. Oh, we're very close to that weird fucking RV-IV crossover. I hate that. So volatility is just going to tank, and then the prices too. Fidelity just closed out the zero GTs I had running. Now I have only my Monday calls. I'm sorry to hear that. A little bit of confirmation bias here. Nothing has changed except a nice buy-in window right now. I mean, I don't think anything's fundamentally changed now. I think we got a little bit of momentum on the back of trying to bail out some 4800, 4810 shit, and zero GT buying just took control. But as far as like the longer dated positioning goes, I don't think we're seeing a lot of like call side accumulation out past today. Still 25.2% of the gamma on the chain expiring today. And then nothing even like Monday's got like 10% of the gamma, but you go further out than that, and there's very little. Like all the way out to like the end of the month. AMD to 200. They charge me a fee for those bums. Who's the manager? I want to speak to them. Charge you a fee for what? Why the fuck is SCX dropping and vol going down? Boy, did Charmander not show up today. Technically still could, but I don't think we're gonna drop that low. We had to stay at like the 4,800 level for that to happen. We would have actually had to have fallen below 4,800, which we failed to do on the one breakdown we had. Okay, Delta's starting to drop now. Closing short puts would raise volatility. But I don't think they're selling a lot of puts here. I think they're selling calls, but it's hard to tell. I can't speak fluent Mandarin. I swear to God, if I win $1 million at the lottery, I buy 990,000 worth of Soxus, and it's Coke and hookers with the remaining 10K. Not even like 950.50. You're not gonna get a lot of hookers for 10K. Well, I mean, okay, you can get a lot of quantity, but the quality is gonna be questionable. Hmm. I'm not saying that. Why is this happening? We still have 30 minutes left. Where's our support? $25. Hmm. Market go up? That's silly. Just telling you what I'm seeing. In New York City for 1K, you can get a smoke show for 2 hours. My friend does it, just saying. Is that friend with quotes? That $10,000. I mean, that's on the cheaper side of things, but I guess in such a short time period, sure. But that's still only 20 hours of, well, 10 hours. Plus he's got to buy the Coke, right? So really is getting, he's gonna get about 10 hours. And then a $950,000 bag of SOXS. Googled smoke show? Really? Where are they getting this leverage from with yields rising again? That's an excellent question. I have no idea. What do I do with the remaining hour and 58 minutes after I've had my pleasure? Um, you go over to Squamp's house and level some bookshelves. It's not a show, it's a person, apparently. Yeah. I feel like that's not uncommon slang. It's a bit dated. But I mean, the man owns a refrigeration company. CCO for top? Bullish? I have no idea. This is the first I'm hearing of it. They're hiring people? They have money to hire people? I think I may beat you in year-to-date earnings this year. I don't think so. Like right now? Top fired their CCO today. Maybe he was the one fucking up the accounting. I barely know who Portnoy is. I know he bought GME, but that's kind of something sports. What does the weekend have in store for you? Are you gonna hit the club or what? No, I was gonna try to proof a high hydration pizza dough. I went out last night. I don't really want to go out again this weekend. I think Leonard Portnoy was the guy who played Spock. What do I get for $100? Her, anything you want. Me, cool. Pull this cable under my house. I mean, you don't want to go in your own crawl space, right? How cheap are the SPX 4845s right now? I gotta wait a little bit longer. He's decided he's better than Buffett again and went long save. Wait, who? Ryan Cohen? I got ridden like a bull by an older 10 for $300 last weekend. I'm going back for more. Okay. So that'll be your second rodeo. Holy fuck. I was gonna look up like a random number 10 rodeo bull rider and be like this guy, but instead of doing that, I've just found out that apparently wranglers make a fuck ton of money for sitting on a cow for longer. Yo, how did QQQ go above 420.69 resistance? It did. It's almost like it wasn't even a resistance at all. Alder Dash. Going for 48.45. I don't know, I'm kind of thinking maybe. What a silly day. Contract is up 95% since I posted that. No, it's fucking not. It was 50 cents? Oh. End of day, they squeeze off the 48.50 sold calls. I'm thinking end of day, they try to squeeze off the 48.50 bot calls. I'm mad how well they do irrelevant of coal prices. I mean, the company itself is super undervalued. You should check out some of those writers. Sploosh. I guess we're expecting massive sell-offs next week, early to counter all this. It's possible, yeah. I don't think they need to be that massive, but some sell-offs. End of day, if they squeeze off the 48.50 sold calls, I'm not sure they will. I don't know when the sold calls are entering for yet. I don't have any of that data yet. They could be very far dated. I mean, they're definitely. I think they're definitely within the like VIX window, so they probably have a bit of theta. How did this happen? Good old zero DT pump. It's been a while since we had one. 2 weeks worth of consistent gains wiped out today. I haven't blown my port, but it's demoralizing to start over. Fair enough. Well, as long as you haven't blown up your port, and 2 weeks isn't that long of a period of time. You were doing something right. Keep doing that thing. Didn't Kramer call the top earlier this week? I knew I should have full ported calls. I don't know. I saw a thing where he had said that the Fed's going to cut rates and we're ready for a bull run. And we're in a new bull market. And this really is a new normal. And then I also saw him say that we were at the top, but I think that was like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. And that like stocks need to cool off a little bit or something. God, the VIX spike is still there. It's absolutely hilarious. Would you pay good money for a canoe-shaped hot dog bun to hold all the extra condiments in? Condiments for what? Red on the day, green on the week. Stop losses for the win. Nice. For your hot dog. Wait, so you have like a plastic condiment holder, and then what do you like dip your hot dog in the condiments? Why wouldn't you just put your condiments on the? Why do you have extra condiments? They come in squeeze bottles or jars. No, the bun is shaped like a canoe. It's like a New England hot dog bun. Or like a hollowed out like baguette. Glizzy gusset. So splitting them in half, you cut the inside and the ends are still together. I feel like they already have that. I think that's a thing already. Yeah, your glizzy has to be shorter than your bun. Which, I mean, maybe it's not a problem for you, but it could be one. The video's not even funny anymore. It's not even parabolic. It's just a straight line. It's half of Apple today. Fucking half of Apple. On 1/4 of 18 billion in sales, half of Apple. It's actually nuts. Apple had 89 billion in revenue last quarter. Nvidia had 18. I don't want to dox myself, but I sent you a photo of my writing days. Yeah, those forearms look like you've handled more than one bull. I'll say that much. And 8 of it's banned to China. No, they found a way around that. That's why what's her face went long. Is Nvidia's market cap higher than Google's now? It might be. Google's one point. No, not quite, but close. It's almost double Meta. And pretty fucking close to Amazon. Frighteningly close to Amazon. I love that Netflix and Tesla are both still red today. Yes. Should have bought Nvidia calls today. I said it was bullish last night. Did Coinbase go down today? Baba didn't. Oh, Coinbase is down today. That's awesome. Hey, that really worked. I was wondering how important like leap charm flows would be today, and so I gave everyone like all the charm exposure across the different stocks. How did QCOM do? Obviously, Meta and Nvidia went apeshit, but up 5%. So if you bought zero DTs on any of the stocks that I said were bullish, big money. That was 6 stocks. All 6 of them. Apple would have been the worst one, interestingly. But yeah, that kind of lines up. Meta would have been the second worst. Nvidia and Qualcomm, SPY and QQQ, phenomenal. Actually, yeah, QQQ and SPY about the same as Meta, right? QQQ 1.9. Okay, so QQQ would have been a little bit better than SPY, but both of those up quite a bit too. $5 and $7. Instead, all puts, which is weird because I specifically mentioned that I'm more focused on next week for downside moves. C3 AI is trying its darndest to break out and avoid my puts. It's just a little chop. It's no big deal. Just open a fund already? I mean, I don't understand it. I'm like, yesterday I was like, this is gonna bounce. And then today, you know, it was uncertain because of the AM expiry, right? Like it fucks up a lot of data. But like I didn't expect it to go down, right? And then so many people are like, my puts. Why don't you open a fund to manage my money? I know. Why not open a fund? Pros and cons. There's almost no pros. The con is people. Dealing with people, managing people's money, dealing with their bullshit. See, like, it's different when you guys are like, I'm so mad at my options, right? And I can just, like, fucking ignore you. But having a fiduciary duty to that person, disgusting. They settle in T+1. They were pretty clear about this. I have longer dated puts that are hurting, but I don't blame you. Yeah, I mean, longer dated shit's gonna suffer on a bounce this big, but that's why you have theta. Con is oversight regulation. There's no way you could stream if you did. Probably, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I didn't really think about that. You could. You'd have to have like a lawyer on hand for every question. $7 billion in dark pool prints today. That sounds healthy. There wasn't a path to an all-time high earlier today. There was no options. All of the options above the all-time high came in after we broke the all-time high. This is all zero DTs. I mean, I can only tell you about what exists on the chain in the moment I look, right? I can't tell you about what's going to happen in the future. And when I said that, there wasn't a path to the all-time high. We got rejected, pulled back to 4,800, and then we started getting zero DTE buying. I also told you at 1862 that they weren't going to stop buying calls for the rest of the day. What did you do with that? Not even one of those billions went to Zom. How foolish of those dark pools. Well, if you buy SPY, you know, like 4% of it's Zom, or, well, like 3 now. I'm still holding my NVIDIA puts. It's personal. Are they hedged at least? Just keep all of your clients in the dark like RC. That's not how that works. My March QQQ puts are now Vega plays. Nito, are they at 400? Lawyer just vigorously shaking head not to answer cooking questions. You're a wizard, not a seer. At least I called the one breakdown of the day to the 5-minute window. Oh, Mr. I can't foresee what's going to happen in the future. Lies. I tell you lies. Well, I mean, if like fucking $100 billion in positioning is going to come in during the intraday, there's not a lot you can do to predict how much more is going to come in, right? You just gotta see where it ends. You sound like an FA shit. Doesn't look like there's any resolution there, Lost Your Gun. And dry bolt costs are just going up, right? Dry bulk egg container costs are just going up. MOC imbalance, 1.4 billion buy side. It's almost time. God, they're still so expensive. It's like they don't want me to buy them. Fucking $8 out of the money with 10 minutes left, and there's still 22 cents. I'm not taking the chainsaw money. It's not even for a financial product. It's a fucking chainsaw. When have we ever discussed chainsaws on the stream? Let's go, Bulls. You can do it. Gamma expansion. Several of us might need a chainsaw. I don't think so. Was that for real? Yeah, that was a real offer. I get bullshit like that all the time, but that one was funny. Usually it's for financial products that I would never ever support. It's very rarely for like weird Amazon items. Kitchen knives are not the same as a chainsaw, Maeve. Points at euphoria and maximum greed on relevant charts. I don't know. We'll see what next week brings. Still a lot of gamma falling off today. Still a lot of this positioning supported by short dated options. You said you would sponsor any non-financial product. Don't make me find the tape. I don't want to do that. It's not like my thing, you know? Yeah, Dork only 400 BPS off. Pretty good. His prediction was a joke, right? To be fair, I think JFresh's was too. I think he's just trying to cover as much like area on the chart as possible with his predictions so that he has the highest chance of being correct. I'm not paid to recommend those things, Maeve. That's the difference. The fun part of chainsaws is revving, so electric saws are out. It's an electric miniature chainsaw. And I don't know how miniature it is. It might be really small. You can't use a chainsaw to clip your fingernails. I hope that wasn't the full extent of the bullish push into the end of the day. I'd be very disappointed. You can use a chainsaw to clip your fingernails one time. I can't believe we're not going to test 48.50. What a disappointment. No, they're fucking. There's, of course, it's not a good entry. There's 2 minutes till expiration. As a professional carpenter and amateur lumberjack, sentient bull, a sawzall is far better than a miniature chainsaw for just about everything. You know, I actually own a sawzall. It's a Ryobi. No, it's a piece of shit. I had to cut the stud out of a wall in my old house. Um and every time I put a blade in it, it would launch the blade and the blade touched wood, it would launch the blade back out. And it didn't matter if it was locked in or not. I probably should have returned it. I just never did. Ryobi makes a deal. I didn't want to buy like a $200 sawzall, right? For one. I only had to cut one thing. You'd think it was user error, but it wasn't. It was just like the clip wouldn't fucking hold the blade in. Just a piece of shit. What's a zombie killing weapon? It's good to know. It's in storage, so I can't really get to it. I also have a tiny power washer. Those are all my tools. Ding ding. The day is done. 48, 39, 68. It was a ridiculous pump and an even weirder amount of volatility shorting with no gains into the end of the day. I think this is mostly call selling. I'll know more once we have data for the weekend. Obviously everything up, but yields really not down that much. We did see dollar fall off back towards like the 103.25 level. On the back of a rising euro and a slightly stronger yen. But really not a very big change there. And yields at the back end of the curve did drop finally into the end of the day, but they were mostly up for the first part of the day. ES broke above the bull confirm level, testing 48.75. Where we finally found some sellers on the future side. The next big resistance to the upside, kind of right around 4,900. So not much more room up there. We broke to the upside of the uptrend, and still need to go up a little bit more to form an uptrend over this entire period. We got like a little bit of a wedge going on there. Broad commodities down today. Dollar up, yields down. Correlation slammed back down. Which is surprising because VIX didn't really drop very much, but We obviously saw a big increase in volatility in single tickers. Same with core 3 month. Carry trade leaned on pretty heavily today still. We actually saw very, very briefly, and I got to go down to like the 5 minute for you to see this, but, or maybe even the 1 minute. Very briefly on that. Wait, did that show up on the 5 or no? No, it didn't. On the 1 minute, very briefly, we saw volatility returns cross over into the positive territory. We have a bunch of data out of Japan next week. We have the Bank of Japan interest rate decision next week also. That's probably going to lead to I would say they're probably not going to make any changes to their rate or their guidance, and that's probably going to lean to us seeing the carry trade be leaned on even more heavily, and obviously that's going to extend the tightening of financial conditions that we're already seeing here. As you know, volatility gets closer and closer to that positive return. Obviously, risk for short volatility goes up because the demand for volatility goes up. Move isn't going to be updated yet. Skew still moving up. Kind of leveled off a little bit today, but not much. I don't think that's updated. Yeah, that's not updated yet. That should be different. So negative correlation between VIX and VIX futures a little higher today, negative 42.36 on the week. And USD JPY kind of moving up. Maybe topped off here a little bit and probably into the Bank of Japan meeting. Anything else? GME, not really very impressive performance today, given how much the market rose. Upstart did bounce along with some of the other bots in like digital finance sector stocks like Affirm, SoFi. It took quite a big move on Nvidia to push this, but now that it has broken 3250 and back above delta neutral, it may see a retest of like the 35 level before coming back down. So be aware of that. Fubo, not very good performance today. I don't think we saw a really very good performance out of any of the small caps. Top finally got shorted below trend. I don't think they're making their announcement today. I've mentioned this a few times, but they released an 8K a few days ago, saying that they were having trouble getting their financials together and that they were extending their time frame for that, but I don't think they gave a specific date on when they're going to have everything available. So I would imagine when the financials are available, we'll get some information about their turnaround plan, but nothing yet. Beyond down pretty hard today. Borrow rate shot up this morning. We saw it just get shorted throughout pretty much the entire day. Neo also down pretty hard. Not to be unexpected. The data out of China this week's been not great. All of the Mag 7 up, I think, across the board. Something we like fun little thing I did in Billionaires last night was like I kind of threw up all the charm exposures for a bunch of these stocks, just to kind of see how they would perform on the 0DTE with the positive charm being more bullish, negative charm being more bearish. Seems that for positive charm stocks it was 6 out of 6 all ran. And the negative charm stocks is like 3 out of 4 performed poorly. They didn't perform that poorly, obviously, because it was such a bullish day market wide, but that was fun. I don't know if anybody actually got 0DTEs on any of those, but I got some. And it worked out pretty well. I'm a lumberjack baby, and you're the one that gets my prize. So when you hear my motor running, I'll surely be copping a rise. So I'm going to crank it up and cut it down. All right, cool. Anyway, I will see you guys Sunday. Yeah, we don't have a 3-day weekend finally. Sunday, 12:30 p.m. And then I hope you all enjoy your weekend. Have a good one, guys. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.